as my mom texts me. I'm assuming. All right, so let's dive in. What sort of critters am I hoping to pick up? It's a good question. Depends on what we can find, right? Basically just that. Currently, the goal is to just try and get the fort up and running. Or I can do that. We got to back up. Choose Origin Civilization, the Sly Theater. So the Sly Theater was the Dwarven faction who sent their king, we always do prepare carefully, who sent their king to steal an artifact from my last fort, which was Sunbirths, which was down here. So I'm building this fort with the side goal of stealing all of the artifacts. From that fort. We're going to finish what the game itself started. That's my side goal. We're going to build a trench down to the caverns. And I'm kind of tempted to put economy on hard. We're going to build a trench going all the way down to the caverns. And that trench is going to act as a easy way for forgotten beasts, anything that can fly, to get up into the map. So even though the map itself is calm and there's nothing super crazy going on, looking to see if there's anything interesting. Just llamas. I thought those were unicorns when I was scrolling quickly. Just llamas. All right. A long and harrowing journey to the glacier home. The now destroyed glacier home that's rumored that it's been overrun by demons. So we have no wood on the surface, meaning wood is going to be scarce for a while. So I'm just going to bring some nethercap logs. We can make rock pots without any issue. I'm just going to bring 50 logs. I realize that's a lot of logs, but we're going to bring 50 logs. Peacocks to honor the mountain shape. Maybe we could take peacocks. I usually take turkeys. I'm not going to need a step ladder. That's redundant. The splints and the buckets are important. Could do coal. It's probably not a terrible idea, actually. Let's bring 40. I don't think we quite need 50, because you do get a couple per. You recently started a pyramid fort, and then you found out why nobody builds pyramid forts. Everybody asks and tells people to build pyramid forts, and I think it's kind of like a rude joke, because when you actually start trying to build a pyramid fort, it doesn't end well. Peacocks have better lifespan? I bring turkey for the leather. So it's like they grow up and I immediately slaughter them. Here, you know, we'll update the goal command now, because I'm just gonna be repeating myself a lot. So a second. New goal. Fill the spire. Dig the trench. capture beasts and claim artifacts. There you go. I'm sure that'll make tons of sense to everybody. So I'm going to bring 10 pigtail seeds, 10 plump helmet spawn. Let's bring an extra pick. 1 axe, because I don't need too many axes. Because there's so many trees on this map. Like, oh my god. We're gonna have to get farming going like immediately. Bring 2 extra bags. You know, I'm actually gonna bring extra crutches, extra splints. Dwarves don't really care about zoos in general. So there's that. Water is going to be a bit of an issue. There is water underneath the biggest mountain. But that's about it. One gets weirdly squished in this area. Let's bring 20 plump helmets to start. How many points do I have left? 134. Well, let's do turkey. 2 turkey hens, 2 turkey gobblers. 2 blue peacocks. And 2 peahens. You know what? Geese. Why not? Bring all the burbies. And while we're at it, let's also bring 2 roosters, 2 hens. We're going to be eating masterwork omelets. Or masterpiece omelets, basically. Yeah, no, they'll bring their own cats. I don't need cats. Chat. Duck. All right, so now that we've done all that, I think I got 14 points left. Let's bring 1 more pigtail cloth. That'll work. Well, now I got points to spend. Let's do fortress name. So I have a fortress name already picked out. We're going to be Creaturekeepers. That's the name that I've gone with. And the group name, why don't we call it the Great Climax? No. Great Spire of Balls. Thanks, game. I feel insulted. Great spires of beer. It fits pretty good. It's Chat, you're spoiling stuff for the VOD viewers, okay? We haven't made it there yet. They don't know what the Embark looks like, okay? It's Spire of Flesh. Oh, I absolutely agree with that. Poultry does in fact smell terrible. Great spire of trenches. Treasures. Hello from the as far to the other end of Canada as you can go, almost. I'm not on Vancouver Island, but I like Nova Scotia. Lovely place. Halifax was a great city. Lots of fun to wander around and take photos of signs. Then my mom and dad got mad at me for only taking photos of signs. I like taking photos of things that aren't people. Nova Scotia, nice place. Crappy weather sometimes, though. Same with here, but that goes for everywhere. Hey, Celesty. What spire? I don't see any. Just kidding. Just kidding indeed. Great spire of trouble. Great spire of obey. Well, it's definitely not wilting. We could call it the Great Village Spires. Tender Dispire, man. Inferno. We've got 4 beers, a plate of Christmas food, and lemonade. Ooh. Man, you're stacked. You know, I think we should just call it the Great Spire. I know it's not as funny, but, like, it fits. You know? You know, spite works. Great Spire of Spite. Although at that point, I almost just want to call it the Spire of Spite because it's too many. Well, it's kind of hard to say, actually. Great Spire of. Great Spire of Muscle. Ooh, the Great Spire of Depth. Could be pretty cool. Steel could be it. Can also go with steel. More like the Greg Spire. Thank you. Spoilers. Basilisk Prime. Spiteful Spire. Yeah. Also, holy shit, there's 353 of you watching on Twitch today? Good lord. I haven't had this many viewers since I had Tarn on. And 126 people on YouTube. Damn. And we're just trying to figure out what we're going to name a pointy rock. Great Spire of Revenge. I mean, revenge on what? The pointy rock? I mean... Wow. The pointy rock of steel. I mean... That is funny. The Great Pointy Rock of Artifact. I mean, if we go with Pointy Rock, I'm much more okay with it being something funny. Because that is a funny name. And we are Creature Keepers, after all. The Creature Keepers of the Pointy Rock is pretty funny. Considering that is what I refer to when I hike up mountains, is the Pointy Rock. Chat, I have a question. What do you prefer? The pointy rock or the great spire? Just type either chat room. I see them both. Which one do you prefer? Pointy rock? Okay. We looks like we are the pointy rock. Pointy rock of artifacts. We put the artifacts at the top of pointy rock. Makes sense. And now we need a symbol, which can be a shape. There's no triangle. Small rock. Dwarf. Contemplating. The dwarf is contemplating the small rock. And it'll be called the rock, the pointy rock of pointing. It's the pointy rock of pointing. And he's pointing at it. He's contemplating it. And then let's say, ooh, even better. A goblin. Oh, can I not say it laughing at why? Is shouting at... I was going to say it's laughing at the pointy rock, like pointing and laughing kind of deal. Looks terrified. Looks offended. Well, I could say the rock looks offended. Well, rock looks offended. Mocking isn't a thing. Laughing, massacring, praying, refusing, shooting, striking down, suffering, torturing, weeping. Rock looks dejected. Withering away. Smeared out into a spiral. Is jesting a thing? Dejected, no. The limits, I wish there was more options for these. Impaled on. Goblin is impaled on. How do rocks look offended? Because it's got an offended face on it. It's got a little bit next to it. Obviously. Well, I'll just make the goblin laugh then. Oh, yeah, I updated the goal command. Buntiku. Naming dwarves is going to be tough, though. Let me tell you that. So the symbol of the Sly Theater is the pointy rock of pointing. And it's an image of a small rock, a dwarf, and a goblin. The dwarf is contemplating the small rock. The small rock looks offended. The goblin is laughing. Works for me. All right, so we need a miner. A miner. And a miner. I'm going to need a good planter. Good planters get higher yields out of fields. And because we have no surface plants, we have to not screw up our farming. We also need to acquire water quickly. I need to find that aquifer. Or we need to find the caverns. Yeah, I bring an armor smith with, who's doubling as another planter. You can double as a brewer. And you can also double as a brewer. You can also take planter. You can also take planter. And you can... Herbalist is irrelevant. Miller's irrelevant. Cook. I think I'm going to bring one hunter, actually. Wherever that hides. Bring Mark's... Put a couple points in Mark's Dwarf. And probably Butcher. And I'll put the last of your points into Tanner. Yeah, 2 Butchers is fine. I think I intended to hit Planter. Definitely clicked that by mistake. All right. We good to go, chat? What do you think? Brothras are your favorite? I like Brothlas. Big lumbering lion bear things. I think we get started. So now's the most important part of embarking, chat. It's time for you guys to say strike the earth. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Lanar Stinthad. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Mess Zuden. Creaturekeepers. Consider it struck. So it seems like our wagon brokered. Yep. So, I don't know how I'm going to name dwarves. I think what I'm going to do is I'll read some of their descriptions. We're going to wait until the first migrant wave arrives. When the first migrant wave arrives, I will get everybody named. But first, let's just put everything in this stockpile because it's currently all just scattered about. I'm going to be channeling out the vast majority of this. And we will be trying to make this look a little bit more natural because I don't like how square these embarks are by default. This mountain is going to get completely flattened. We know that the cavern layer is around layer 16. So we'll start digging the trench maybe around here. And I'm going to build a circular trench that's going to go around this all the way down to the cavern layer. What's my preferred embark size? It changes. Sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's smaller. I don't usually go below the default, though. So, let's just let them start unloading. Let's follow these dwarves, because this is going to be quite the walk. Don't slip. So our expedition leader is Kib. Kib is very comfortable around others that appear different from himself. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he has little interest in joking around. He doesn't focus on material goods and often feels lustful. He doesn't ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he enjoys the company of others. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dwarf trips. It's more like if bird hits dwarf, dwarf trips. This particular dwarf just has kindred spirits. They're a member of the cult of amethysts. Okay, so I need to know who the cult of amethysts is and what that god is. Give me a second. Oh, right. Tutorials. Hide tutorials. I'm just going to do this for a second. This will be deleted, but temple. The cult of amethysts worships Cal, which is god of wisdom, scholarship, writing, poetry, inspiration, and painting. Only one dwarf in the fort worships it. What is the most popular dwarf currently amongst these dwarves? The escort of the god of discipline, laws, and fertility. God of earth, caverns, and youth. And volcanoes, mountains, and gambling. Interesting. A non-alcoholic dwarf is not a dwarf. That is somebody who's pretending to be a dwarf. It's kind of like asking, can you have a non-water dependent human? Elves are the same height approximately as dwarves, though. Even dwarves that are raised by elves, though, are still alcoholics. I'm also going to have to butcher all of the animals that are not birds so that they don't starve to death. There we go. Because, like, I don't know if this is official or if this is just people's headcanon, but at the very least in... Ooh. Two kinds of birds. We got trisale peregrines. Of course, a small bird of prey. And ravens. These peregrines, though, would be going after the ravens, though, wouldn't they? It'd be alcohol-ish. Sure. This is going to be where we jump to. So I don't need to constantly keep scrolling down. And then I'll do one for the top of this. What's up with the terrain? Very steep mountain. It's not artificial. This is just what happens when you have lowest possible elevation going directly to highest possible elevation in one map. So this is not artificial. This is just not a bug is the wrong word to use, but Dwarf Fortress just generates maps like this sometimes. Is the easiest way to put it. Let's see if they can get up here. It's an anomaly is maybe the best way to put it. So now, I think we probably put the entrance to this on the top of it, right? How did I find this anomaly? Knowing what to look for. Actually, you know what I could do? I know what I could do. I could do 3 half circles going into this on either side with the entrance in the middle, and then stairs up and start building the fort around here. I think that's what we could do. The way I found it was there was this mountain here that had a desert flying right into the middle of it. And all the way around the outside of the desert was a spot where it went from these like normal elevation to steepest, highest possible elevation. And we went with that. If you go back in the VOD a little bit, you can see it. But yeah, look for high variance in cliffs, essentially. So I have a horse, 2 horses that we're going to need to eat. That seems to be pretty much it. So since we're right here, I'm just going to real quick make a butcher shop and real quick make a tanner's shop. I think my wagon was also made of netherclap logs because I've got 46, even though I only brought 40. So I'm just going to butcher these 2 horses and then delete these 2 shops. Something else I'm immediately going to do is we're going to go to difficulty. We're going to put economy on hard. And I'm going to scroll down to Cavern Dweller, scale, 3 and 10. Because do not care about the default settings. Let's just double check I did that correctly. Because we're going to have cavern creatures walking out, right? There we go, 3 and 10. So by default, you'll get cavern dwellers in minimum armies of 10 and maximum armies of 50. You can have 1 army per 2 tiles that you've embarked on per cavern layer. So meaning by the default settings, if you're on a 5x5 map, you could have about 150 to 200 enemies attacking you per cavern layer per season. I think that's ridiculous because they're stealth. So I nerf them. That's it. Okay, someone else is going to come down here and tan a hide. And all these meats can just go into there. Yes, no, they will affect your frame rate regardless of if you can see them. 100% yes. Let's also start working on flattening this. Might leave part of it up. I've got a lot of birds. Yeah, well, they are not grazing and there's no grass on the surface, so. No, because the soil isn't fertile, it doesn't matter if I put mud on the surface. If the soil isn't fertile, just nothing grows. There's already soil here, it doesn't grow. Nothing will grow. Unfertile land is unfertile land. We're just gonna keep waiting for these dwarves to put everything away. So they've got a ways to go. The next priority is getting farming going. There's no way to make it fertile, no. The mountain is also not fertile. No mountains are fertile. I have to grow underground. To grow mushrooms underground. Pretty simple, really. Also, no trees are going to grow on the surface. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, but that's underground, right? That's not above ground. I'm talking about the surface here. The Balzac Mountain is infertile. Yeah, we're not going to get any baby mountains. Actually curious. I'm just going to remove other jobs from you for a second and see if you actually can mine that. Personally, I think Titty Mountain is funnier, but, like, you know, you could call it Balzac Mountain if you want. I like how you say never, when, like, 5 years ago, people were saying Toady would never add guild halls. Because he started talking about guild halls for Dwarf Fortress in 2009, and we didn't get them until 2019. He started talking about boats in about 2015. So, boats in 2026. Twin Peaks? Nah, I don't want to hear Butt Mountain and Titty Mountain all the time. I'm going to flatten it. There is an aquifer on this map. Aside from that, we have to get it from the caverns. Although the aquifer is underneath the big mountains, so I'd have to find it. You didn't want to do it? Everybody has said it, don't worry. And if nobody's said it, everybody is thinking it. We're just waiting for an ad break to end. All right, there we go. Ooh, that's good. Gypsum. Didn't even see that. So can you go for the other one? This is definitely the most efficient route up this thing, right, Dwarf? Dwarves are going to have some incredible knees. Oh, there goes the peak. Are the rest still hauling? Most of them are still hauling, yep.
Sheesh, I didn't know why this stream is marked 18+. Now we know.
It's because I say bad words is why. And also because I talk about weeds sometimes. Although, I'm going to actually have to set this to not quite everything. We don't want stone in this stockpile. Or gems, for that matter. Otherwise, they'll just be hauling forever. Because it's taller, and I'm just starting on this peak, and then we're going to flatten the other one. I'm going to flatten both of them. We'll leave the center one, though, like this bit. It'll just make this whole area look a little bit more realistic, because right now it doesn't look even remotely realistic. Also, this is a lot of limestone, which means we'll have lots of flux. Up to midsummer. I need to build a trading depot. We're not going to have anything to trade, but... Go on, King of Pudding. You know, you guys have like one stream to get all of your titty and ballsack jokes out so that I can flatten them, and then hopefully they'll stop to a point. And then it'll just be, that's a very pointy fort you got there. Is that fort... Is that a fort in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? That's where that's going to go after that. It's not going to take long. It's going to take like 10 minutes. Don't mind if I do. I said jokes. Jokes, Napalm. By the way, Napalm, I don't know if you were here yesterday. Your dwarf had the epicest death out of any dwarf in yesterday's fort. You literally charged at the gates of hell with a crossbow, shooting bolts, and managed to take out one snow creature before you died. It was epic. It was great. Everybody gets one. I mean, everybody gets to make the joke once, yes. Okay, so I need to take a break from that dumb project. I work on this dumb project. So what I'm thinking is we're going to do something like this. And something like this. Okay. Now, we're not going to carve this whole thing out. I'm going to make this more circular. Something like that. And then in the center, good lord, this thing is tall. I do a square. Fairway? Yeah, that'll work. Also, hello, Von Galactic. We can begin farming underneath this. I think we're going to slowly smooth chunks of it. I think probably what I'll do is there will probably, because there's what? We're on layer 49 and it goes all the way up to layer 120. So there's like 90 layers of this thing, 80 layers of this thing. There will probably be about 20 that I will completely redo in like bricks. I would actually say RNG strategist is the king of ambitious projects. I never finish my projects. I always give up like 2/3 of the way in. So I don't know if I would say that I'm a king of it. I'm also going to give this thing some pillars on the inside. I think that this would look cooler, and also it'll give us less to dig out. Like, let's do something like this. And like maybe something like this. Now it looks like a weird face. Shit. What do you think? Those pillars work? I don't want it to just look like a panda, though, so... No, the dwarves dig it, but... We can always change these later. 3-edge. It's like a freckled chicken. I can also break this down, and then I can make a carpenter workshop. And a limestone. I'm also going to make a stone stockpile. Well, nah. We'll have plenty of stone sooner rather than later. The 6 pillars of Creaturekeepers. Yes. Very confused panda. It's a very dizzy panda. I feel like most pandas are confused about their existence at most points, so that checks out, honestly. 7th is as well. Yeah, no, the 7th in the center. Let's see, have any new animals come in? Just ravens, okay. Tritoro, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cheers, dude. Also, chat room, biddies for the Titty Mountain. Thanks for the bad idea, YouTube chat. Why dig ramp up instead of dig? Who doesn't like 10-foot ceilings? That's why. Also, we should probably actually just dig in this spot. So...
Biddies for titties. Your wish is my command.
You know, when Twitch first named bits, that's literally all anybody ever said in Twitch chat was, bits for tits! I gave you my bits. Why haven't you shown me your tits? Like, it was memes from a very long time ago. Well, I mean, why wouldn't you want 10-foot ceilings? So what I'm thinking about doing, the more I look at this, bridge out to here, or walkway out to here. Walkway out to here, and then the trench is going to channel inwards down to the cavern, so we'll have a big ol' overhang. And then on like this layer, I could just fill this up with Marksdorf's towers. We'll also have to pave chunks of this. And this whole thing can be suspended above the caverns. Think about it this way. Let's think about it in Minecraft terms. Digging would be cutting out the block in front of you and the block above it so you can walk through it. Channeling would be digging out the block in front of you, the block above it, and a block above that, and a block above that. It's just getting more done with less time. So this is technically a cavern floor, and this isn't. So I can start farming right here. Let's actually do that priority number 1. Because I need to start farming ASAP. They have since September. The issue with Marksdwarves in this version was if you used any uniform other than the default, they just wouldn't work. They wouldn't be able to equip any ammo. And they work now. You can equip ammo. Are they fiddly? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. But isn't everything in Dwarf Fortress kind of fiddly? They will fire their bolts even in melee range until they run out of bolts. As far as making sure that bolts are equipped, they will try and re-equip the bolts that they fired if they're available. So if those bolts aren't available, they won't equip bolts until you reassign the uniform, but that's about it. No, you can make multiple types of bolts. They will actually equip multiple types of bolts. But they will only equip bolts. The problem used to be is they would equip bolts and arrows, which is bad. You just want them equipping bolts, like just bolts. So multiple types of bolts is fine. The issue is when it's bolts plus arrows or bolts plus blow darts, which is what they were trying to do before, and it would break. Let's just do refuse. Get all that stuff out of there. Bucklers do not increase dodge. Bucklers allow for more dodge. Think about that in like Dark Souls terms, where like if you have a big sword and board, it's harder to dodge than if you just have like no sword or an end board and just like a sword. Basically, it's harder to dodge if you have more armor because it's heavier. Bucklers are lighter. And thank you very much for the little hype train. Chat room, if you happen to have a Prime subscription or some bits on your account, now's the time to pop it. Make that number go up and get some emotes. So I'm using Mark Dwarves to clean the cavern dwellers, and there's a solution to make them recharge when they shoot all the ammo while in station. Is ammo automatically forbidden? Do they have a way of collecting their ammo? Because they need a way of collecting their ammo. So if you are infinitely firing ammo into the caverns that are not forbidden, they will try and go get their ammo. So you have to make sure that you either have the option checked so that they automatically forbid ammo when they're fired, which is under sieges and forbidding in standing orders. I will address that in a second. Forbid used ammunition is on by default, right? Because if it's forbidden when it lands, they will just go refill at the nearest ammo stockpile. Otherwise, they will try and claim that ammo back. They will try and get the initial ammo they had. Then goblins would hang onto the ropes and you drag goblins into your fort. Holy Kai, thank you very much for the $1. Holy Kai, thank you very much for the $1.01. And Paxmac, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. You were very kind. So we're getting plump helmets planted. Which is what we needed to do as soon as possible. Oh, why'd that get suspended? Weird. If you run into issues where they're just like refusing to pick up all ammunition, go into stocks, go to ammunition, and then just forbid all of your ammunition. Reassign the same uniform that they're wearing, and then unforbid accessible ammunition. And that should fix it. Duker, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. And thanks for another $1. Holy Kai. Currently, Twitch has new hype train emotes for the first time in like 3 years. And that's notable because one, they're holiday themed, and two, the top level of it, the level 5 ones, are not only holiday themed, but they're animated and holiday themed. Which is pretty great. And thank you very much for the 5-pack, Devil Dawn. Leveling up that train again. Here's dude. And holy crap, you know, we got 300 people here on Twitch and 151 over there on YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Subscribing equals no ads, yes. You do not see ads on my stream. It is up to the streamer to turn on ads on their stream for subs, and I don't do that. I refuse to do that. Laya, thank you very much for checking out a gift and gifting one to Rattlin' Bones and Von Galactic. Thanks for the 2nd month. It's good to have you. We're just going to let these dwarves keep planting. And we are going to make 7 beds. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm also going to make 2 stoneworkers.
Digs upwards at you.
Well, they straight up canceled that trade depot on me. Cool. I think I know why, though. Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Cherno, of all people. All holiday break, thanks for the guides and such. Hell yeah, dude. This is a game that it's like, I feel like when people discover it, they sink a like absurd amount of time into it. and then they generally burn out and don't touch it for a year, and then repeat. So be wary of burnout, but this is a very, very, very easy game to sink a lot of time into in a short period of time if you're not being absurdly careful. If there's a problem for you at work, well, I guess that's good. Just getting these stairs done. What, you just like periodically overplay and burn out on games? I mean, it's a pretty good way to do it. You watch me play while being burned out on it yourself? Yeah, I getcha. It's always on the back of your mind. Yeah, this is a game that's hard to stop thinking about once you start thinking about it. Let's watch this miner dig up. Yeah, I had the advantage for the ASCII stuff where I was used to playing traditional roguelikes, Cash, and if you kind of grew up playing ASCII games, it's not a hard leap to take to play a slightly more visually dense ASCII game. It's kind of like, you know, once you've seen one ASCII game and learned to do one, you know you can play any of them. I just like ASCII games because they allow for really mechanically dense games that are very aesthetically simple. I like that we have mica up here. Mica's a really good stone. Same with olivine. That's a nice green. A lot of color variety in this. There's also, like, you know, some metal ores in this. Native gold. Ooh. A lot of native gold. It's a literal gold mine. And what was that? It's that gem. So I haven't got anything to trade yet. Like anything. As like, here's control scheme. Really? I didn't know that they track the total playtime of the control schemes. Thank you very much for the $5, Kashmir. Once again, there is a hype train happening. 1 minute left for a chance to get limited time emotes. Should also have an ASCII mode. Chat, should we tell him? So, fun fact, because version 50 on the Bay 12 website is free, and it's the same game, aside from the visuals, Steam actually has a thing in their terms of service that... Uh-oh. Are we stuck on saving adventure data again? Saving might start to take a very long time in this world. DS, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Almost enough to level it up. This is ASCII. So it's actually in Steam's terms of service. If you have a free version of your game, it can't have any unique features against the paid version on Steam. It's actually in Steam's terms of service. So according to Steam's terms of service, they had to include this. I got a crying Game Boy. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat, with $13 in bits and 20 subscriptions. You're very kind. But yeah, this is... I don't know why he's sad, but he's sad. It's a sad Game Boy. Hype cries. Because the train ended, obviously. You got a frog emote? Yeah, you did. Well, it's different versus what, Holy Spokes? Because they added more colors. There's a bunch of new colors. And it's what's it called? Rectangle ASCII instead of square ASCII. And most people played with square ASCII previously. Kempton King, the second, wants you to post beers, chat. What was that? Oh, sweet. We do have coal on this map. I mean, I have a concept in mind right now. It's not really a matter of just rolling with it. It's once I see the Embark, we kind of work with it. I usually go in with a theme and look for a specific type of Embark. And then from there, we just kind of work our way down. But yes. The theme kind of came from somebody in chat yesterday when I was kind of poking around for ideas. And the idea that I got from chat that we've decided to roll with is we're going to have an open pit down to the caverns. I know the caverns are on about layer 16 in this map, first cavern. So we're going to have an open pit from the base of this big pointy rock down to the caverns is what we're going to do. Let's make a nest box. Okay, so that would be what? Under actually, those would be under craft store shops, right? Let's just start making blocks. Rock blocks. Start making diorite blocks, that works. And let's make a craft store shop real quick, because I'm pretty sure that's where I'll get nest boxes. And ravens. Wild zombie? Oh, I can't find my zombie. I get it. Tolas, thank you very much for getting a sub to zombie. Appreciate you. To catch the previous 3 hours to grasp what's going on? No. I've literally, this is all I've done. I moved, because the Embark started up here on this pillar, like here somewhere. I moved everything down into this stockpile, and that's it. So we really haven't done much. And then this is all just natural. I've started shaving off the top of the right tit. So that it stops looking as much like a tit. But that's about it. And the reason that I'm cutting off the tits is so that it stops looking like a tits slash butt slash nutsack, depending on what angle you're looking at it. As we stated earlier, I'm flattening the titties, which will also make the side of this very steep mountain look less square at the bottom. No, I said look for low elevation next to high elevation. This one happened to have deserts. Though it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Sly Theater is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of the inspiring, of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. We've made nothing. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. That being said, well, okay, I don't even have a bookkeeper yet. Let's make a gem cutter and see if I can cut some gems. Although, do I really want much in the way of migrants? I don't know. I mean, I could sell them some nose cartilage. I think... No, that was a horse. We chopped a horse's nose off. I think we should dig out this. Maybe find one with a fun color. Just is pretty fun. Trying to figure out where to put my first layer of bedrooms. Just flip your OCD. Just look at your OCD in a mirror and remind it that it's okay. Also, I'll tell you, if you're worried about your OCD, my OCD refuses to allow me to bend to your will. Which is one of the funniest things, by the way, to me, with my psychiatrist, is the whole, yeah, you have pretty severe OCD. Which is funny, because I do the opposite of everybody who complains about their OCD. I just think it's really funny. All right, I'll designate this. Ads are running. When the ads are done, unpause again. Zero is sea level, which means my cavern layer is going to be above sea level. No, which is why I'm going to erase it when I'm done with this tool. It's easier to finish designating before you grab the erase tool and start knocking out things like that. All right, well, we got a few more I gotta plunk in. That and that. All right, now we wait. The ads to finish. What'd you miss? Digging. Fun world gen fact, if you set your minimum elevation above 100, your sea level will be below every point in the map, and you will have no seas. I believe that. Needs pigtail seeds, that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to make a still, and it's going to sit very still right there. And I'm cutting some zircons. Okay. There goes the outpost liaison, who's Ezim. Looking to see if I recognized any of those names. Wearing a fancy pigtail dress, which has a well-designed image of glumprongs and sheep's bone on it. It's a bug bat leather dress. I also don't know where the traders are, but they are on the map. I guess they came from over here. All right, so I'm going to ask them to bring me wood. Please bring us wood. We desperately need wood. Should have also asked for plants. Ah, well. There we go. Nest box. Let's make 2 of those. And I'm going to go up to here. We'll wait. I will construct these into bedrooms. Although, actually, I'm going to put another stoneworker up here. And I'm going to make olivine blocks until we run out of olivine. And I'm going to jump down here. I'm going to cancel those. Okay, actually, what else I'm going to do? I'm going to have to hotkey so much of this fort. Right there. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. It's in such small quantities and so hard to find. It is a really nice rock. You could also, like, import it, too. If you're trading with a couple different factions and all you're asking for is olivine, like, you'll get quite a decent amount of it. Rock blocks. Repeat and only use olivine. I don't think I'm going to trade with the mountain home the first time. It'll give us a little bit more time to build. It is not lava safe, no. Like 99% certain it's not. Why is that one dwarf so happy? This dwarf likes big butts and they cannot lie. Oh, it's because you have a lover. That's why. Yeah. Got into a new romance with Goden. Does not trust others and is inattentive to detail in his own work. Well, look at that. Actually, you know what? We'll just make this out of diorite and just get those rolling for a bit. Is it? I mean, it might be. Stone use. Let's find. Yep, it is lava safe. Turns out. I thought it wasn't, but what do I know? Not everything. Just a few things about this video game. Okay, so I've got those nest boxes done. Just built it just outside of that area. There we go. Let's also move my seeds to over here for right now. Certainly not pickaxe safe. Although what is, really? So they are continuing to dig up here. Also going to jump down here, and we're going to remove bars and blocks from this. At least I'm going to remove wood block or stone blocks from this. Stone and clay blocks. Also, we just got a YouTube member over on the YouTube side of things. So thank you for the membership on YouTube. I never know how to say thanks to things on YouTube. So chat room over here on Twitch. Can we get a round of beers? Time for you, YouTube. We do have the same beers emotes for the YouTubes if you want it. For the $2 to be a member. Although, personally, I still feel that it's goofy that YouTube membership doesn't include ad-free viewing. It should. Really, 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 really should. Has started raining ×3. Well, that's a thing. The fact that it doesn't makes me prioritize it less, if I'm being honest. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go through and I'm going to auto-mine all of the gold ore out of here. Then we're going to replace all of that with olivine blocks. and then I'll remove the edges of that, and then those will also become olivine, and then I will carve bedrooms around into the edges of this as after I floor it all. It's gonna be wet? Nah, not really. Fine. Between the one super thanks I got and the one super chat that we got on the YouTube and now this member, I think I've made more than I made in the last 2 streams worth of ad revenue. Well, thank you. And over here on Twitch, well, I got more followers so far today than I did in the last 3 streams or so, I think, based on just eyeballing it. Well, thanks for that as well. Thanks for making those numbers go up. Numbers going up is good. For everybody. New fort bonus? Sure. Is that anything like the big air bonus? EA Sports. Big. Thanks to the phallic and titty rocks. Sure, yeah, totally. Just solely thanks to that. It's got nothing to do with new fort, all caps. Missed a spot on the right side. Where? Is a boulder? It's all gonna get cut out anyway. The dwarves didn't cut that one out yet. Oh, this one? I mean, it's all gonna get cut down anyway. But yes. Come on, Laya. At least say funny words. Okay, let's go up here. Let's do that. I will leave some of the craggly mountain bits. Just not most of them. Any critters on the map? Just ravens and peregrine falcons. It is a calm map. But because of how I'm planning to dig into the caverns, it will be anything but calm by the time it's done. But right now, it is pretty calm. It's one of those, it's a cool embark, so we take it. Not worrying so much about game difficulty, if you will. Laya had 2 before it disappears. All right, I will accept this. For bedrooms with a view? I mean, yeah. No, we could give them gold bars for their windows, too. Merchants will be leaving soon. So the last fort we did pretty small bedrooms. I think in this one we can do bigger bedrooms. They're all back down here carving all these ramps. The funniest thing here is how one of these dwarves has fishing assigned. Fishing, yes. Not sure how, but fishing, yes. I do need to make sure that we keep brewing drinks. Because I need seeds. And in order to get seeds, we need to brew drinks. So if we have a hitch in our food production, specifically our booze production, before we hit the caverns or find that aquifer, which is somewhere underneath that big mountain, we will have a very bad time. That's the short and long version of it. Let's just make Gabbro doors. But yeah, so what I'm, just for those of you only just tuning in, what we're planning on doing is digging a trench moat around the edge after I make that mountainside on the top half look less tit-like. Although I won't channel it all the way down. I'm just going to channel it a good chunk of the way down and then round the front off so it looks a bit more natural and less blocky. Then I'm going to dig a trench moat around the edge. And we know, due to secrets, that the cavern layer is around layer 16. So it's pretty far down. But what I'm thinking we do is we dig a big trench that goes down, 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 and hits the cavern layers. So essentially what's going to happen is we're going to have this massive pointy rock in the middle with a trench that goes, I ain't building. So there was, you know what's funny, Puphead? Somebody in chat yesterday said said they were building a pyramid fort and now they realize why nobody builds pyramid forts. I am going to tell you 1000% for fact I will not be building any pyramids in this fort. No matter how many times you ask. Does not matter. I will not do it. So no. Respectfully or disrespectfully, however you prefer it. I will not be building an upside-down pyramid. No what ifs. No ifs, no buts, no questions, no whats. Just no. You can't take no for an answer. And if you can't take no for an answer, stop asking. Because I will ignore all questions about pyramids from here going forward. It's kind of already a pyramid shape? Sure. Puphead, do you want me to time you out? I've told you what I'm building. Because I could do that if that works for you. I'd rather not, frankly, because you're nice. But I don't really appreciate this. Because all you're doing is intentionally turning chat against me. And if that's your goal, it's working. And it's not appreciated. Your face looks like a square cylinder. Pyramid D's nuts. Pretty much, yes. This game isn't difficult, Matthew True. It's just a matter of knowing what to do in a situation. Certainly. But I'm not specifically trying to make a cylinder. And I'll explain this to you once as to why. And that's, if I specifically try and make the thing that you are asking, if it's not perfectly symmetrical, chat will kill me. All right? What I'm saying is I'm going to make a trench which is going to slowly have an overhang which is going to go down to the cavern layers. I didn't give you a specific shape. You're giving specific shapes. I am refusing to do specific shapes. Do you understand the difference? Please accept that I refuse your request. What makes them difficult? Try building a pyramid and then ask me that question. I mean, I've built pyramids before. They're just extraordinarily time-consuming and finicky. Everybody's like, build an inverted pyramid. I'm like, fucking invert your face and leave me alone about it. I mean, you always agree, right? Right in the username. And longer term goal is we're going to try and steal artifacts back from my own old fort. And some migrants have arrived. Wait a second.
This is Sparta!
Silver Shadow, thank you very much for the $3. Why are they appearing out of thin air? Hold on, I need to make a meeting zone. Why are they appearing out of thin air? That seems... Well... Clearly we're born from the mountain. Anyway, if you would like a dwarf, I'll take the next 10 or so names that say pick me. Telenartho is downward as a rule and is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she tries to do things correctly each time, and she is curious and eager to learn, and she tries to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She has a greedy streak. She is very rigid when she's angry, and when she's nervous, she rarely talks. When she's surprised, she has a very unique laugh. And her husband is Cadol, who is the aptly named Salvadaddy. And he only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, is a friendly individual, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He rarely feels discouraged, is slow to anger, and is passive in discussions, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and when greeting others, always smiles nervously. And he chews his cheek when he's angry. And he dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, respects the law, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. You have 2 kids, but you didn't bring them with you, so... They must have gone off on their own. It looks like your cousin Tubal is also going to be migrating into the fortress. But this dwarf is a hunter who also has quite a bit of family. This dwarf I'm going to grab from the YouTube chat, and this is Smurf Dirty. Smurf Dirty is takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and tends to consider what others think of her. She only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and she is a little wasteful when working on projects. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Occasionally overindulges and does not go out of her way to help others. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as she values partying and merrymaking in the abstract. Also, you're boot wet, by the way. She can handle stress, and she could be considered rude, and she thinks she is fairly important to the grand scheme of things. And Dumb Burby, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the denial of impulse as foolish and thinks friendship is important and sees working hard as a waste of time. I feel like this dwarf should be our first militia commander. And I'm just going to real quick... hold on. I'm just going to quickly form up a cross-dwarf squad. Add uniform. Let's say leather armor. Helms. Greaves. Gauntlets. Low boots. Bucklers. and crossbows. We're gonna call this crossbow. Confirm and save. But you're off duty, so you don't need to equip anything. So, next up over here on the Twitch side of things is Kashmir. I'm very behind on chat, by the way. Kashmir Goat.
Over here, he has a sword.
Is another boyer. Apparently he has a sword. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She is curious and eager to learn and quite ambitious. She has a sense of duty, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the grand scheme of things. I'm getting added from somewhere, and I'm trying to figure out where. Oh, I see. Hold on, let me just check something. There we go. Now I can actually see chat, while also seeing who said pick me. Hey, Piranha. How's things? Randomly keep having dwarves die, but there's no justice available. You don't know what to do? If they're covered in pus, it could be infections. If it's on the 1st of spring, they died of old age. Those are the first two things that come to mind. This dwarf likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, is curious and eager to learn, and is quite ambitious. Also, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Because we did get a new YouTube member in the middle of all that. She is quite ambitious, and she has a sense of duty, and she generally acts with it impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she generally she's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She rarely feels discouraged, and she likes to take it easy. She has an active imagination, and she occasionally overindulges. Could be considered rude, and tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals. She personally values romance and values tranquility and a peaceful day and dreams of raising a family. Welcome to the fortress, you talented boyer. Yeah, I don't know why these dwarves are warping in out of nowhere. That's kind of odd, but whatever. Next up here, we have Cat Dodger. Cat Dodger. It would specifically state dehydration if it was dehydration. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't cling. It could be if you had a bunch of dwarves get injured a while ago and you don't have soap, it could be infections. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He isn't particularly ambitious and he's quick to form negative views about things. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He doesn't seek out excitement and has a calm demeanor. Tends to avoid crowds and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. This dwarf has 2 lovers and 4 children, none of which are coming with him into the fort. And you're a citizen of the Sly Theater and a previous member of the Uncommon Corridors, which is probably why you were teleporting in out of space. Next up here is Burr. Burr is going to be, was that last one Cat Dodger? Let me double check. Yep, okay, still in order. So this next one is Safe Keeps. Anybody? Safe Keeps truly treasures the company of others and does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Has a strong tendency towards privacy and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to be a bit passive in discussions, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to spread his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he often feels discouraged. He is slow to anger and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a greedy streak, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds moderation and self-control very important, values hard work and friendship, and finds friendship burdensome, and doesn't particularly value the truth. And you don't worship... or rather, you don't have any known family, but you are going to join the military. Next up, we have a peasant, and this peasant is Mad Walker. She is very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. And she is very rarely moved by curiosity. She enjoys being in crowds, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger and quick to anger. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She might also join the military. She dreams of mastering a skill. Absolutely is joining the military. So this is once again a Mark's Dwarf squad. Yeah, also you're a competent Mark's Dwarf, so there you go. Even better. Okay, so that seems to be it for that portion of the migrant wave, but we do still have the original 7. So let's jump over to Bambool. Bambool here can be Richard from the YouTube channel. Richard over here isn't married, doesn't have a lover, but does have some friends, is a master miner and a proficient cook, is dour as a rule and conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, is very curious and sometimes to his detriment, and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Doesn't seek out excitement, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He does not often feel lustful and is quick to form negative views about things. He tends to be passive in discussions and has a greedy streak, and he is trusting. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Welcome to the fortress, Dwarf. Dalger Tome, thank you very much for that Prime subscription for a second month. Welcome back. We will go to Kumil now. Pull another one from YouTube's. Kumil, you can be Narc. She is easily moved to mercy, and she is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. She is very rarely moved by curiosity, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather. Second time you get a dwarf that joins the military, it's kind of luck, right? She personally deeply dislikes competition, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and values hard work. Sees merrymaking as a waste and values artwork. Dreams of raising a family. Well, good luck with raising the family. You worship, you're a member of the Fresh Sect, and you worship Subi is your god. Let's go to Bim down here. Bim, we'll pick another one from the YouTubes. This can be Water Lyman. She is somewhat scatterbrained, and she is very quick to anger. She is dour as a rule, and she is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she has a tendency to go towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is quick to form negative views about things. She occasionally overindulges, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She likes to brawl, and she dislikes the adoration. Where was I? She dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. She does not try to get things done perfectly, and she could be considered rude. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she often feels envious of others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crud weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and believes that time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste, and is somewhat disgusted by romance, and finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. Well, welcome to the fort. Next up, we have Bomrek. Bomrek can go to Cyprio, which I think I'm pronouncing correctly. You do have a lover. He does not trust others. He is inattentive to detail. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is rarely discouraged, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is a friendly individual and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. Sounds like a happy-go-lucky dwarf. Generally, yeah, hopefully. He can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments, and he's troubled by this because he holds romance in a low regard. He likes to take it easy and has an active imagination and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crud weather, dreams of raising a family, and personally finds romance distasteful, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And your lover, Godin, the butcher, who's right over here, Godin gets to be a Rende. And Arende can be a very happy dwarf and optimistic. She strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She often acts with compassion, and she has a calm demeanor. She has little interest in joking around, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She is slow to trust others, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she often feels envious of others. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and is put off by family, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. This dwarf may do all right in the military. We'll put you in for training at the very least. I've got 2 more, I think. Yeah. We'll do one from the YouTube and then one from the Twitch chat. Killer Spud. Another one for the Potato Consortium. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he lives an orderly life, organized and neat. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he enjoys the company of others. He often feels discouraged, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is very humble. He does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he can handle stress. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and likes to take it easy. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is put off by family and doesn't care about art one way or another. The proficient armor smith. That's actually really good that we still have that. Even though you're one of the starting 5, you're one of the ones that I gave armor smithing to. And you're a member of the doctrine of judging, a very judgmental religion. And now we have our expedition leader. The most important of the dwarves. So, remember, I always agree. The expedition leader is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He has a little interest in joking around and doesn't focus on material goods. He doesn't often feel lustful, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He enjoys the company of others and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art and respects perseverance. Worships Cal and is a member of the cult of amethysts. We're now finally caught up. So I missed a bajillion hours of chat. So thanks for chatting amongst yourselves and entertaining each other. New Fort hype indeed, Silver Falcon. So what I need is a rock throne. Make it out of diorite. We can make an office. Did I say worships cow? No, I said Kel. K-E-L. Or is the expedition leader? Are you? Yeah, God's name's Cal. K-A-L. Like Al, rhymes with Al. Or Baal. Actual God people worshipped. Yeah, you just got nicked out. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's difficult to get everybody in. You know, we have 14 dwarves to name and like 450 people watching on 2 platforms, so like, you know, that's a challenge to get into that. So we are still brewing drinks as well, which is good. That's a decent amount of diorite pots. Your question was, you ever have the issue where you do a mission and send the raid units just go to a combat drill in the barracks? It either finished really quickly or they can't get off of the map for some reason, is what would have happened there. So, no, I've never had that issue. Cannot say that I have. Okay. Let's jump back up to here. Yeah, that seems weird. Go right to training. Sounds like they can't leave the map for... Like, do they not leave the map at all? They just go straight to training? Yeah, no, can't say I've ever seen that. Chat room on either side. Has anybody seen anything like that where you send out a raid and then they don't actually leave the map, instead just go train? So I can't say I've ever had that happen. They always just... If they can't... They either... There's always some sort of raid report in the report screen. They might be waiting for the squad leader. But I don't know. You'd have to ask Tarn that question, Redbird. Or maybe somebody like Rum Rusher, or somebody who is more of a Dwarven World Gen scientist than me. I don't know. But they do that when you go from, like, low elevation to very high elevation very quickly. They'll just make sheer cliffs. I'm personally totally fine with the sheer cliffs. It's the weird right angles that bother me, but, you know, we can make it look better. Because as much as I do know about how this game works, I'm not like a scientist. Unlike some of these people who play this game. Okay, so I need an office. So I think right now it's literally just going to be a throne right here. It's literally just going to be that. This is just so that I can assign a manager. And Kashmir Goat is going to be the manager because they have some managing or some experience in the required skills. And I think I'm going to make a metalsmith. Well, metalsmith or armorsmith hall? What should we start with, chat? Metalsmith would be like furniture. We do have gold on the map, so it would make my gold furniture more expensive. Armorsmith would be armor specific. Thinking metalsmith. What do we think, chat? Metalsmith? You vote for a Boyer's Guild. Says the Boyer. Except I'm just going to make sure that this isn't public. Citizens only. There we go. And I'm going to jump into here. And we're going to go rock table. Rock throne. Let's just make all of these out of diorite. And let's make rock mug. 15. Those mugs can be made out of mugstone. It's mudstone. That's all I'm going to do for right now. We will cancel that, though. Barrels do not work. It's a long story that requires the explanation of how barrels work mechanically. They do work, but they can cause job cancellations. So I'll just give you the short version. What's this middle layer going to be? Bedrooms. We're going to start building bedrooms on this layer. I'm also going to need to make a tavern kind of stat. Tavern, temple, all that jazz. We'll also make an armor smith. We're just starting off with the metal smith. Let's pause these. Get you going with olivine. And also, Cash, you're also going to be our bookkeeper. More paperwork, Dwarf. There we go. Now, at the very least, they can socialize. Well, pots are not barrels, so pots will not be put into a stockpile unless it's food. Pots are more specific, if I'm not mistaken. Same with jugs. Jugs have oddly specific uses. There's quite a few things that have very specific uses in Dwarfort. And the specific use for bags is powders and... Okay, here, I'll explain it once, and then that's the only time I'm going to explain this question today. For seed stockpiles, when you make a seed stockpile, the seeds go into bags. If the seeds in bags then also go into a barrel, then you can have multiple types of seeds in a barrel versus only one type of seeds in a bag, okay? So if the seeds go into a bag, you'll have plump helmet seeds. Then you have, let's say, sweet pod seeds, and they go into a bag. Then you'll have a sweet pod seed bag, and then pigtail seed bag, and then, I don't know, alfalfa. All four of those go into a barrel. The order that those bags go in are the order that those bags come out, okay? So the reason this is an issue is if it's pigtail season and you're trying to plant pigtails, but it's underneath your plump helmet seeds, then they can't get to the pigtail seeds. So the best way to, like, get your seeds consistently is if you remove the seeds from your seed stockpiles. Usually what I end up doing is I'll be very specific with the seed stockpiles, and I'll just be like, okay, no seeds, actually. I just want plump helmets, I want sweet pods, and I want pigtails. And then everything else can just go into the normal food stockpile, and then I just allow them to cook all of the seeds. Or you can not set to mix. I just remove barrels, because it's how I work. Because if you set it to not mix, then that goes for all food types, including meats, it includes fats, it includes everything else. So I find barrel management a lot more difficult if you do it that way. You could do it that way. I just personally don't. It's one of those old player strat things that used to literally break your game if you didn't do it that way. So I partially still do it out of habit, but... Why, you never have seeds even though you have them in your stocks? Nailed it! Did I select sweet potato, not sweet pods? I can read, I swear. You are correct. Thank you. Sweet potatoes are weird plants, by the way. Your forts break when you sell empty barrels. I don't know why your fort would break when you sell empty barrels, but... This will probably be fine, right? Just want them to keep digging channels. The dwarves can do other jobs. Who are miners? Need you to mine. All right. That's a pretty good meme, Shadow Absorber. No, sweet potatoes are neat because they're more of a vine. Or at least yams are more of a vine. All right, so let's start building bedrooms in here. These are going to be huge bedrooms. Thanks, wait, what? Okay, let's remove those. Although I think the mugs are gonna go back, yes, because the other ones go away. You guys are gonna finish the tables and thrones. Placing a single tile of flooring so I don't have to deconstruct the beds later. And rock doors. Let's use schist. Not olivine. Oh, never mind. I did select olivine. I was just looking at the wrong number. I can't explain why, it just does. If I had an explanation, I would fix it, because it bothers me that it does that too. I have no idea why it does that. But before I do anything, I'm going to grab these doors and go thunk, 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 thunk. Nothing but the finest. Damn right. I really like the questions of like, why does it do this? It's like, I don't know, but if you figure it out, please tell me. Because it's like, I genuinely have I don't know if it's an issue necessarily. It's like, it's one of those weird things where it's like, cause it's just how Dwarf fort work. Like, that's the only thing I can say. I don't know. I don't know. But if you figure it out, please tell me. You know what's funny? I re-upload my VODs to a different YouTube channel, right? Every single one of them gets flagged with... Every single one of them gets flagged with... Ooh. Mitch Murder released a new album. New songs, rather. 2 new songs by Mitch Murder. I'll listen to those later. Rather, every single VOD I upload gets... YouTube informs me that it's not safe for ads. And I always request manual review. And they're always within, like, 90 minutes to 4 hours okayed for ads. I just find this very personally funny. Because it's just like, obviously I'm talking about Dwarf Fortress, right? So, like, there's some violent things referenced in Dwarf Fortress pretty consistently. But, like, it's all harmless and fine, right? So, it's just kind of funny. Prove it? Yeah, huh? Let's give my miners bedrooms. Okay. Let's keep going this way. New fort indeed. It's a very pointy fort. Speaking of very pointy fort. How's this digging project doing? Let's let them work on these projects for a little bit. Oh, was it an aspect ratio issue? Well, that's good. I'm glad you were able to fix it. Well, this should just be prioritized, right? That they should knock down one, go down a layer, knock down the next, go down a layer, knock down the next, repeat. Let's see. Go to the world map and see if you're getting if the reports screen is green. Matthew. Nope. This is not custom world gen. This is 100% default world gen. I just found a cool spot. You can we did the location embark actually on the stream. It's just a bit earlier in. But this was the particular thing that we found that was cool. So the problem is it's in a rocky wasteland, which means it's there's literally nothing here. It's just a rocky wasteland. Quite literally. It's rocky wasteland and mountain. Mountain is literally nothing but bare rock, and rocky wasteland is literally nothing but rocks, and nothing grows there. Yeah, I'd have to look at your fortress to try and figure out what the issue is. I'd almost be willing to bet that you have like a door locked or something. But I'm not sure. I'm kind of out of ideas. Matthew, true. Over on the YouTube side. Might have been rock lobsters. I mean, there's birds. It is a calm biome, so we got peregrine falcons and ravens so far. Neither are trees, Napalm Sideburns, and the earth is flat. What's your point? You'll get there one day, Joker of Spades. Growing up, most of my computers until I bought my own were ancient history desktops. So, and by that I mean in 2008, I had a Windows 98 desktop that was made in Windows 98 that had 512 megabytes of hard drive space. I did also have a laptop that I'd purchased, but that also wasn't great. So, just know that if you are playing games, you can absolutely run Dwarf Fortress on a 2014 laptop. You just need to set it up accordingly. It's not like this game requires a modern OS. You don't trust them? You don't trust birds? Right. Neither do I. That's totally fair. I'd try stationing your entire squad right at the edge of the map and then set the mission and see what happens. But that's the last idea that I really have. Hipster computing? I mean, the first computer I had was a mid-80s Mac, and it had Tetris on it, which was pretty good. It wasn't called Tetris, and it was definitely knockoff Tetris. It also had a version of Breakout and a roguelike on it that were both okay. Not good, but okay. And, like, I could be a little dungeon guy and go around and shoot spells at fools, and it was fun. Yeah, okay, so... It looked like this. I don't know why this is on Etsy. It looked like this, although I didn't have the extra drive and I didn't have the base. I had this keyboard. I didn't have the numpad. I did have this mouse. This was my first computer. So, no, it couldn't run Marathon. I never played Marathon. Not that my parents would have let me anyway. But it did run this. God, there's so many games with the exact same name now. Well, this is a website. Jesus Christ. Anyway, this. I played The Dungeon of Doom quite a bit, which looked like this. This was like the game I played the most as a kid. Also, this is a website. Jesus Christ, that's snowing animation. But anyway, yeah, this was... I like how it has a 0 rating. Nobody's played it. Although I guess it's because it was uploaded on 23. Yeah. This was the game that I played the most. And I remember being very disturbed because the first time I died was because I ate too much pie and my stomach exploded. Your first computer was a Commodore 64. The only time I've ever seen a Commodore 64 in person was in a ditch covered in water. I've never seen an Amiga or an Atari computer in person. Still being updated? Doesn't surprise me. Maybe I should stream some of that shit. I have to run it in virtual machine, but... Must have been good pie. Well, it asked if you wanted to eat a quarter of the pie, and I was like, I'm eating half that pie, and I ate the other half of the pie, and... You know, it makes me kind of sad because it's like my dad was very much into tech and ended up in robotics and automation. And my parents were probably the most, and still kind of are, the most afraid of technology people I've ever met. Like, I like my dad a lot. He's very smart with computers now. But he is willfully ignorant when it comes to a lot of things related to computers. Even though, like, he knew about Bitcoin in 2009, which makes me mad that he didn't buy any. And also didn't, like, let me buy any. Because I started looking into it and realized I needed to mail a check to somebody. And I was like, can I mail a check to somebody? And mom was like, no. So, you know, there goes me buying, you know, 1,000 Bitcoin for $5. Anyway, when it comes to, like, computers, my parents were very, very, very cautious. Very cautious. So, your dad just turned 75, is still a gamer? Yep. No, my dad reads philosophy. And writes poetry. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Different parents, I suppose. But he likes camping, so we get along. There was a point in time where I got my dad playing Age of Empires 1. And very quickly I realized he wasn't playing Age of Empires 1. He'd set all of the factions to neutral and was playing a city builder. So then I asked him if he was interested in playing Civilization in SimCity. He built one city in SimCity 3000 and he loved it. And then decided that the game was a waste of time and never played it again. And he played one round of Civilization and loved it and said that he was never going to play that again because it was a waste of time. And I don't think he's played games since. There was a shop near your college that took it? Did you go to Full Sail University in Florida? Because I know a guy who went to Full Sail University in Florida. And he did some math in 2020 when Bitcoin was at its peak and estimated that he spent about $150 million on pizza. He's still rich. He has, like, I asked him once and he said he had a couple thousand Bitcoin. So he's doing just fine, but in Colorado. Okay, fair enough. I just find that very funny. Domino's won super fucking hard in that. Your dad was an avid Diablo 3 player. I've met a couple of, like, parents that are avid Diablo enjoyers. I used to know somebody who I wouldn't say I was friends with. He was a friend of a friend. I don't even talk to that guy anymore, so. But I used to know a guy who was a friend of a friend who, whose parents made a lot of money selling hacked items in Diablo. You also probably spent like $1 million on Bitcoin on pizza? Yeah. The only thing he plays now is D4. Man, not Path of Exile? Really? Disappointed. Could have done so much better. So it's snowing? I'm wondering if we're gonna get any pileup of snow. Doesn't currently look like it. Oh, wait. Yeah, we are. On this little patch. A tiny little bit of snow right there. Dusting of snow. There's also a hamster. So, shoutouts to the hamster. I mean, I bought into Bitcoin at about $30. Or no, not about, I bought into Bitcoin at about $500 and sold it at peak value. I made a couple $1,000s, which helped cover my rent up to the launch of Dwarf Fortress. So I call that a win. But I don't know. Cryptocurrency is a borderline Ponzi scheme. They're making friends. Humiliated, dwelling upon the lack of chairs. Well, that's fair. I don't blame them at all for that. So let's go up to a layer with a fun-colored rock. This one's got a lot of olivine in it. Because this is one layer below this one. Still making olivine blocks. Let's see, how much olivine are we sitting on right now? 124. Good, good, good. I'm actually just going to sit here for a minute, and we're going to queue up some more olivine bedrooms. I actually had a viewer for a while who insisted on only tipping me in cryptocurrency. I haven't seen them around in a while, but actually had the ability for a while for people to tip via various different cryptocurrencies, and I would just move it into Ethereum and cash it all out at the same time, though, so. Now I just pay my artist in it. It is a lovely color, yeah. I'm very happy that we have some olivine here, so at least some of the bedrooms are really, really fancy color. Sounds like a pain in the butt. Yep. Yeah, it is. You can thank international dictators and wars for that, so. All right. So now all that's done. Throw these down. What's my least favorite stone? Older versions of the game probably conglomerate. Now, anything that is the same color as this base gray. Kidney? Fair. Ugh. Mudstone, not a huge fan of like the default Gabbro color. Basically, I just don't like the gray colors. I think that's it for beds. Bed 10. Some more doors. I like rock salt. Rock salt's a very good color. I also like quartzite and olivine, and we have both of those. Jet's probably my favorite in the current game. I also quite like the way microcline looks. Although old players hate microcline. Well, I kind of already just answered that, Lucky Steps. Jet probably is my favorite. Alunite's nice, yeah. I basically like the not common colors. So anything that's like not a color that you see super frequently is a color that I like. So like I also like mica or even chalk. Chalk looks nice too. Uh-oh. Screwed up the material type on that one. Well, that makes a couple more bedrooms. So let's get you in here. Get you in here. Let's get you in here. And let's get you in here. Let's get you here. Still need a few more. But we're getting there. Didn't take too long. Then I'm thinking maybe a dining hall in the middle of this. Connected to a temple, maybe. And that, as we slowly add more bedrooms in around the bottom layers, should be enough to get this fortress going. And also, thank you so much for all the follows today. It's like, I realize it's like, oh shit, we got snow. I realize it's partially due to the fact that, this is a new fortress. So it's top of everybody's recommended likely, but, we've got record numbers on the YouTube stream. We've got great numbers on the Twitch stream. Tons of people following. I don't know how many subscribers I've gotten on YouTube since the stream started, but of course more videos are currently in the works for the YouTube as well. I kind of took a break for a few days. After about 3 days, I was like, well, it's the holidays and I've had a crappy couple days, so I needed just a break. But we're getting back into the swing of things now. Got the year-end or the state of the channel video up for December. I've also got a couple things I still need to highlight from Sunbirths, which was the last fortress. Keeping an eye on plants and drinks. Well, I guess I need more rock pots. Should just cancel this. Rock pot. Just use diorite. Let's just make 50. Say 25, but we'll do 50 rock pots. Because I need to get that working. Wait, what? Did I screw you up? Oh, I did. Look at me. No, I didn't actually. There was just a very mysteriously missing cavern layer in Sunbirths. Not that I really tried. I mean, we did do some really weird digging shenanigans towards the end, but no, I never did find it. And it wasn't for a lack of digging either. We absolutely were digging in that map. Is there a way to fish bodies out of the river? You have to dam the river. Or wait for it to freeze if it freezes. Are we getting snow down here? Basically just on the peaks. We are getting snow though. It's fun. Exclamation point last fort in the Twitch chat. Hang here. Yeah, you have to drain it, basically, if you want to get into a river. Pumps can do that. Channeling can do that. Basically, you don't want bodies to get into water, because it's kind of a pain to get them out if you decide you want to get them out. Or, the actual easy way, which is to simply pour lava on it. And then dig them out. I know that I say that is the easy way. It's usually the much more time-consuming way, but it is actually the easiest way to get bodies out of a river, is just pour lava on it. Easy. Nice and simple. New fort indeed, Nasty. What's up, dude? Someone in the YouTube chat just said, though learning this game is about as hard as memorizing every single Yu-Gi-Oh card. You know, they used to make people memorize books. I'm sure we're capable of it. Also, that's such an oddly specific thing to say. The body is unrecognizable. It's somebody you used to know. Oh boy, that's dark. What's up, baby Blueford? Do you channel up into the river? What, from underneath? It might be hard to not accidentally drown the dwarf, and you need somewhere for that water to go. As long as you have somewhere for the water to go and you're not drowning the dwarf in the process, sure. Unless you know. Otherwise, you may just end up with 2 dead dwarves in your river instead of 1. Totally. Will, this is absolutely true. Is it weird that I'm now mildly curious as to how many Yu-Gi-Oh cards there are? There we go. 1 more. Sure, I could find that on a Wikipedia page in a couple seconds, but yeah, probably pumps would be the best way. Redirect the river with pumps. About 10 years where I was memorizing all of the magic cards that were currently turn illegal, and the flavor text for almost all of them, and now you can't memorize lunch. Well, you know, I find that if you put your mind to something and decide you want to do it, it's much easier than if you're forced to do it. So, if it's something that you want to do, it's probably doable. If it's not something you want to do, don't worry about it. That's kind of my way of living life at this point. Magic the Gathering has always seemed like it's had pretty cool lore, but I have so little interest in the whole concept on principle that it's like very easy to just completely avoid. Telenartho and Salva, they split a bed. Share a bedroom. Oh, I need 2 more bedrooms. Then I just need to pause the other 2 jobs on here. Imagine if you bought Bitcoin instead. Or like any kind of investing. But you know, it's important to have a hobby. And hobbies are healthy. Hobbies often cost some money. And as long as you're not negatively impacting your life with it, have fun. That's what I say anyway. Pretty sure that's coffee. Or caffeine, rather. I don't think you get withdrawals from Magic the Gathering, although your friends might not talk to you as much if you only hang out with your friends while playing Magic the Gathering. I did put flooring under the beds. There's 1 single tile of flooring under the beds. I put the flooring down before I put the beds in place. Spending all the money on booster boxes, just looking for the next hit. Just looking for the next hit of, I got a card that's rare. Are you going to sell it? No. Okay. So, let's go over to here again. Yeah, I would say it's closer to a gambling addiction than anything else. Magic the Gathering. Not that I'm an expert, though, on Magic the Gathering or gambling addictions. I try my best to avoid both of those things. You know what? Let's just do one layer at a time. Slot machine feelings? All I know is that the guy that designed Vampire Survivors used to design the software for slot machines before he designed Vampire Survivors and designed it to give you the same good brain chemicals as slot machines. Which honestly makes a lot of sense. Hobby is collecting Nerf guns. That's a hobby. Okay. Is at about 50,000 cards right now. Wonder what's harder, memorizing every single MTG card or learning Chinese characters? Why do I have 9+ DMs? What the heck's going on? Kevin, why are you DMing? I was right. It is Kevin. I will read all of his DMs later. Player Mihai, hello. How's things? As I'm slowly just like channeling this down. So my goal for today's stream is to get the trench done, ideally. And you know, I've only been live for 4.5 hours, so we're doing okay. 3.5 on YouTube. Oh no. What? No, 3.5 on YouTube. I've only been live for 3.5 hours on YouTube, and 4.5 total, so we're making decent progress. Let's do more bedrooms first. Didn't expect you to friend bit when talking about TCG. I will always chime in. Didn't expect you to friend bit. I don't know what that means, but okay. Yeah, I'm not a TCG person, like at all. I don't like card games, kind of at all. Which is funny because in theory I should love them, but I have addictive tendencies when it comes to things like collectible cards. And it's for the same reason I don't gamble. There's 2 reasons to use blocks over raw stone. But one of them you'll only ever notice in adventure mode. The other, now we're stuck in an ad. But yeah, it's literally just you get more stones from, you get more blocks than you do from a single stone, so you get more distance out of them. But also, block walls make smooth walls, whereas boulder walls make rough walls. Rough walls are way easier to climb than smooth walls. Yeah, also blocks are lighter than stone, so they're faster to carry. But I'll repeat all of this in 40 seconds anyway when these ads are done. Ads are weird on YouTube because I don't know when they're playing. Whereas on Twitch, I know when they're playing, so... Or very least I can stop. Nunu-doo-doo, thank you very much for the 2nd month with Prime. Welcome back. Not gonna lie. Getting emails with offers from companies to get paid to do a charity stream is the weirdest thing. We're gonna pay you so that you're so that you incentivize your audience to give their money to a charity. It's like, well, if I want to do a charity stream, I would just do a charity stream, and if I wanted to get paid, I would just stream. What? Yeah, currently, Extra Life is going through a third party to sponsor streamers to raise money for Extra Life, which is bizarre. Money laundering? No, so there was a company called Soft Giving, and if you want to find out about that one, just go look it up. But let's just say they were very well known for doing those, where they would pay you to stream and raise money for a charity. But they never disclosed the amount of money they were taking. And then eventually came out that they were taking about 70% of the money between their running costs, paying streamers, and their profits. So it's like, I know if I do charity streams, it's because I do a charity stream. Kia is fighting with a Peregrine Falcon. Okay, so there is a Kia on the map that is active. I repeat, there is a Kia on the map that is active. The most important thing you can do when there's a Kia on the map that is active is build a forge. Just build a metalsmith, use up your anvil, get it out of your stockpile stat, because that thing may fly away with it. Barn owl, yeah, it's basically all birds. Barn owl, Kias. Neat. Almost all of these dwarves are busy, which is pretty good. Get the goods. What about the bads? I'm more of a bads myself, less of a goods. It's more like hide the good silver, though. Okay. Let's get that cleared, and that cleared. And now we've got 5 more bedrooms, right? Yep. So that should clear us up for a bit. Mad Walker now has a bedroom. Everybody's a bedroom. Kia is a very angry parrot from New Zealand. You remember giant Kias mutilating your beautiful dwarves trying to save livestock? All those poor dwarves. Yeah, there's a clip of me somewhere where I say I will Alt F4 if there's giant Kias. And it's kind of true. Like, I'm mostly joking when I say that, but like, genuinely, if I settle on a map and there's giant Kias, there is a non-zero chance that I will just quit. Okay, so let's go down to here because I have this constructing anyway. So somebody's going to go build it. Let's go all the way along. And forbid that. You never give up once they figure out something upsets you. Just go look up Kia's working on police car on YouTube. There's so many videos of like Kia's just destroying cars, like pulling the like doors off by the end of them half the time. They are very destructive birds in real life. They're kind of like cats, where they're just kind of just surprised that they can like break a thing, so they just go disassemble stuff. Oh, absolutely, Mark's dwarves can take out Kias. In fact, Kias are pretty good training for Mark's dwarves. Like little flying petulant children. Sure. Is there a chance elves would make an elf town even if I never seen them on that world? If there's no elven factions in a world, then there's no elven factions in that world. Or if all the factions are dead, new factions can't form. So that would be very unlikely. Man, so much further to go. Holy shit. Gonna take forever. It's gonna be 10,000 years. This is the same world as Sunbirths, yes. We are right in the middle of here. And this is the faction that stole my artifact at the beginning. And this is Sunbirths, which is now destroyed. Bad guys? No. We're playing the game from a different perspective. Honestly, I would say that Sunbirths was the bad guys. I mean, that was one of the most brutal militaries I've ever run in a fort. And the fact that the captain of the guard and all of the guard's cronies were permanently in the military, they had more kills on my own dwarves than, like, on most enemies. So, I would say we're now less bad. But one of my side goals for this fort is to go and steal some of the artifacts that I made in the last fort. I am building in a mountain more like, but yeah. They kept the population safe. Sure. To be fair, that first captain of the guard did die in one of the great brawls, but that was an attempted revolt that unfortunately just put a new captain of the guard in charge who was just as bad. You know, keeping the traditions of Sunbirths alive. I mean, we very rarely had dwarves tantrum, and when they did tantrum, they usually only tantrumed once. Yeah, you were the one that you were the second captain of the guard, Talon. We got one dwarf who's a little upset. Why that? It's actually telling Artho, go figure. Wants to pray. Okay. So I'm gonna deconstruct this, and deconstruct this. I think I set this whole layer to be cut out. And this layer we're going to make into a temple dining hall. So anything goes temple and dining hall. Because I need tables, I need a dining hall, and I need a temple. So we're going to wait for the dwarves to finish digging out that channel over here. And then we're going to make a dining hall. Start of year 2. We started in the beginning of summer, so we're still technically year 1. How do you design an acceptable barracks? You make the zone and you tell the dwarves to train there. You want to collapse? Nope, stairs will hold it up. Not like I'm cutting out the stairs. See? Stairs will hold it up. Let's go down here. Go down to there. And those are going to be queued up. We currently have in here. Actually, I need processed plants. Let's do checked monthly. And I'm going to make a farmer's shop. All of this stuff's going to have to be moved into the spire at some point. We're also, like, sitting ducks right now. Like, if we got attacked currently, we'd all just die. Like, no questions asked. We'd all just die. How long should it be for Mark Dwarves? Until I start them training. Unless you're asking how long until you should start making Mark Dwarves, you should wait until you're ready to start making Mark Dwarves. What's the plant checking for? It's checking for pigtails, which I'm assuming all got brewed. Oh, how long does the room need to be? I mean, long enough for them to fire a bolt. I don't think it really matters for training speed, if that's what you're asking. Glad to have you around, Trail Hops. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm going to make a wood furnace. I'm going to make a... not magma smelter, just a smelter. Gonna make one charcoal and then just start them making coal. think I have... And no, there's no stone set for that. Well, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any tech trees, right? And there's like no specific order that you need to do things in, new guy. So you can kind of just start, and then it's just a process of continuing. Like once you have some dwarves, you can just kind of get going. I mean, right now we'd get in a lot of trouble if we got injured because I have no water access currently. Okay, will you put that in a stockpile? Okay, so we're just going to start making bituminous coal. We can start getting gold smelted is my actual priority here. Which we're going to start off with charcoal. And that should make us 4 units of coal, right?
It doesn't feel like it's been 19 months.
Probably been longer. CJ, how you been, dude? Oh no, even more than that. Got a ton of coke. Easy peasy. And then I can deconstruct this. And I can go over to furnaces. Go to smelter. We're just gonna start smelting that gold ore that's up top. I'm making some fancy stuff. Make some gold crafts for these dwarves. I almost want to start off with gold furniture, but I feel like that might be a bit too bougie. So we got an object, native gold ore. That's what we're going to start working on. And I'm going to put a stockpile right here. For gold nuggets. How to get back into DF? So it took 6 months, break or so, and because you forgot so much, I left it alone. Decided to make a Christmas fort, but a few days ago, the important thing was that I decided to make a Christmas monument, but I started with the wrong type of glass. So when you want to spark that dwarf interest, you find a problem and fix it. I mean, for me, it's just if you're not getting paid to play the game for a living like I am, take breaks. Go do other things. Play other games. Other games out there that are great. All right, I'm going to let the game run. I'm going to go use the toilet and grab my sandwich, okay? Chat rooms, feel free to entertain yourselves. Geek2 Games, thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. Feel free to chatter amongst yourselves, and please behave yourselves. I will be back momentarily.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Bark, 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 bark.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Is that interesting?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. Like shit, stop eating ketchup!
bites off the shell to get at the nut.
All right, I've returned.
Over here, he has a sword.
Sister, I know this.
Bark, 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 bark.
Bring out your dead!
Best part about the holiday season is holiday dinner sandwiches. It's candied ham, cheddar cheese, some lettuce from my closet, a little bit of turkey, and some stuffing, and gravy. You made some ham and cheese toasts? Yeah, I had turkey toast for breakfast. I'm just gonna quickly finish this. Sometimes people seem to think I'm joking for some reason. But I'm not joking. I actually grow lettuce in my closet. People always ask why I'm not growing weed, Laya. Weed's a pain in the ass to grow. It fucking stinks. And I can get better weed at the store. So, I'd rather just go to the store and buy weed. Whereas, lettuce is expensive, especially baby lettuce. And, it only takes 3 to 4 weeks to grow. And I've already made my money back off of organic baby lettuce, so. Yeah, to grow weed properly, you need to grow it at scale for it to be worth it. Otherwise, it's like, by the end of a year, after stinking up my whole apartment for a year, I would get like, based on the space I have, maybe 2 ounces. I've already made like $100 worth of lettuce in like 3 months. Not quite 3 months, 2 months. But you also have to like, you know, organic leafy salads, right? I mean, I absolutely would if it wasn't legal here, but I live in Canada, so it's like, make a guide on how to grow it? No. There's a billion of those. Literally just go to Google and type in how to grow lettuce under a grow light. More importantly, anybody want a dwarf? No do casa. I can spell. No do casa. I don't know. How much sun does your window get? I'm not here to explain basic botany to you. That's up to you to figure out. I'm here to explain how dwarfies do things. This particular dwarfie is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. And she doesn't generally think before acting. She is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. She is slow to anger and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She is quite ambitious and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She sticks out her tongue when she's thinking hard, and when she's greeting others, she always smiles nervously. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. She doesn't have any family, and she is a member of the Sly Theater. Next up is a peasant. I always agree. You got a dwarf last time, so Manticore Alpha. I always agree. You are the expedition leader, even. This dwarf is very stubborn and is very impolite and inconsiderate of property and prefers to be alone. She generally has a greedy streak, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And she tends to consider what others think of her. When she's surprised, she has a very unique laugh. She shakes her finger up and down when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and has tons of family. Tons! Dozens, even. Next up is JJ Scratch. JJ Scratch has a spouse who's asked, and she is sometimes cruel. She's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She's given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. She likes to take it easy and has a greedy streak. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She can handle stress, and she occasionally overindulges. She is troubled by this because she values self-control. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she has a sense of humor. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she's moved by art and natural beauty. She's troubled by this and she dislikes the natural world. She taps her feet constantly when she's nervous, and when she's speaking, she usually lowers her eyes. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society and values self-control and sees war as a useful means to an end. Well, welcome to the military. You are now a Mark's dwarf. Next up, is U-B-E-R, Ike. Uber Ike. Uber Ike, you are married to JJ Scratch. You have a developed sense of empathy. Well, you seem very different. He is grounded in reality and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He has little interest in joking around and has a sense of duty. He personally values loyalty and values tranquility and a peaceful day. I'm going to make this dwarf into our head doctor. Just 100%. You are a doctor. Doesn't matter that you don't know what a doctor is, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. You have the right personality for it. Next up is Laya Gishka, followed by Nosprofmet and Desko Khan. Okay. Laya is a peasant currently, has a spouse named Ashen. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She can be very happy and optimistic. She lives a fast-paced life, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is often nervous and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She does not try to get things done perfectly, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She is slow to anger, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I do, in fact, use YouTube chat for dwarf names. Twitch just gets the priority because Twitch always has the bigger audience. YouTube does have a pretty big audience today, but there's way more requests in Twitch, so I'm prioritizing Twitch. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Although we are in an ad, so let's pull one from YouTube as an opportunity. So, Joker of Spades, you are married to Laya. You also have a bunch of family in the fort, and you worship 10 bajillion gods. He is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better his situation. He occasionally overindulges and often feels lustful. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's a friendly individual and pleased by his own appearance and talents. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he doesn't handle stress well. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and when he's nervous, he has a habit of chewing his cheek. He cracks his knuckles when he's bored, and he dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, is disgusted by merrymakers and does not care about fairness. Next up, well, that's everybody, actually. Not this round, Desokan. There will be opportunities. I mean, currently, literally every dwarf in the fort is named, I think. Yeah, literally every single dwarf in the fort is named. Also, just as a reminder, the current dwarves in the fort are Arende, Cat Dodger, I Always Agree, JJ Scratch, Joker of Spades, Kashmir Goat, not Ghost, I swear, Killer Spud, Laya Gushka, Mad Walker, and Manticore Alpha, Narc, and Nodokasa, Richard, Safekeeps, Salvadaddy, Scripio, and Smurf Dirty, Tellan Artho, and Uber Ike, and lastly, Waterlemon. "20 happy dwarves." Well, mostly happy dwarves. Some are less happy. The ones that are less happy mostly just want to pray. Which is why we're working on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wall this whole thing off. And then we're going to maybe actually double wall this one. I don't know. But regardless, I'm going to wall the whole thing off. Once I'm done walling it off, we will build some floor. And I'm going to make a dining hall and a anything goes temple up here. You're gonna go start a new fort? Hell yeah. Do you know what kind of fort you want to do, or is it just you're gonna go start a fort and see what happens? Oh, also worth noting, I may or may not be streaming on New Year's this year. It kind of depends on weather and whether or not I end up going camping during those days. You're doing that, and you're doing that. We got gold bars. Okay. So now that I've got gold bars, what do we make? Let's do 1 gold altar. Up a mountain, just for one night. Go sit in the snow at the top of a mountain and watch the Vancouver fireworks from the top. It's something that I like to do when I get the opportunity, but it's weather dependent, so there will be a stream if it's shitty weather here, and there won't be a stream if it's not shitty weather. Because it needs to be clear, basically. So what can I make out of gold? Haven't seen any hives. That would be really cool. You know, I haven't said this out loud because I fucked it up real bad in the last fort. It would be extremely easy to make minecart shotguns in this map. Like, extremely easy. Like, stupidly easy. Because of how big of a cliff we have. You're just joined and you're confused. We're right on the... We go from a really... Maybe later, but not relevant right now. I don't really want to start a library currently. That's pretty low priority. I'm thinking more furniture type things. Like hatch covers or doors. Or just even... You know what? Yeah, let's just do tables and thrones. Gold goblets encrusted with gems. Maybe. I'm thinking maybe just tables with gems. I got rock crystals, mostly. Actually, what kind of gems do we have on the map? Got amethysts and pink jades. Let's cut those pink jades. And let's cut those amethysts. And maybe. I don't normally encrust stuff, but... Can you make gold windows? No, but you can make gold bars. Which, kind of the same thing. Currently, we have rock mugs, so I don't think goblets are a super high priority, but we could absolutely get there. Got turkey eggs. I'm actually going to forbid some of those turkey eggs so we get some baby turkeys. Already got that gold altar done. Imagine stubbing your small toe on a gold table. I'd rather not, actually. I mean, like, if you want to, by all means, you're more than welcome to imagine stubbing your baby toe on a gold altar. Hard pass, actually. That sounds pretty unpleasant, in fact. Okay, so that's going to be not the beginning of our trench, but what they're going to work on. Make a little baby toe dent in the altar. Yeah, also make a little altar dent in your baby toe. Also, we have gypsum, so we can make casts, which is pretty cool. We are currently brewing drinks from plants, which is what you want to see. Olivine. This is going to take a little bit to construct, apparently. What's the theme for this fort? If you type an exclamation point goal in the Twitch chat, you'll get a theme, Calthor. But just to kind of elaborate on the theme a little bit, because a couple people have asked in the last few minutes, we're right on the edge of a massive cliff face, and part of it looks like tits or a butt or nuts, depending on what angle you look at. So I'm smoothing that down so that it's less butt-like. Yeah. Anyway, we are smoothing part of it out, but he said but. Anyway, we're smoothing part of it out, and the goal for this fort is we're in the same world as the last fort that we were in, but the last fort was very focused on making weapon artifacts. This is part of the faction that successfully stole one of my artifacts. It was the king of this faction, disguised as a peddler, snuck into my fortress and stole one of my artifacts and got away with it. There's actually a video of it called, I think, A Crime Story. Oh, no. It's called A Great Heist on my YouTube channel of the king of this faction breaking in and stealing my artifact. So my goal, now that that fort has been scuttled by the underworld, is we are going to finish what that king started. We're going to go acquire the rest of those artifacts, but on top of acquiring the rest of those artifacts, as a side theme, this is a calm biome. The actual king, yeah, disguised as a peddler. At least it claimed that he was the king. As a side goal, we are building a open trench around this miraculous spire, including these bottom bits down here, all the way down to the cavern layer, which, using some tricks during Embark, we figured out was around layer 16. So I'm going to be digging down to the caverns and having an open pit into the caverns, and the dwarves are going to be living largely in this tower, which is going to take a lot of construction time, and it's going to be slow going initially, but it's too cool of an idea to pass up. Yeah, this is a natural formation. All of these are natural formations that the game did. So I did not do any weird Embark stuff to make this happen. The game just did this for me. Wow, these dwarves are busy. Turns out. Hopefully they enjoy their jobs. Well, I mean, it wasn't an implanted formation, so that formation is not, in fact, made of silicones, so thus I would say it's natural. I have on multiple occasions stabbed my toe so hard that it popped, and it is as painful as it sounds. Sadly, I do not even have the consolation of getting a gold piece of furniture. You're poor. You know, honestly, I feel like if most houses built in the last 100 years, at least around where I live, had a piece of gold furniture placed in it, it would probably fall through the floor and collapse the ceiling above. So, there's that. You know, actually, chat room, I have a question. Temple and dining room in here? Or temple and dining room on its own layer? What do you think? They do not defy gravity. What? They certainly do not. Its own layer? Okay. Telenartho withdraws from society. So because you're an adequate boyar, I'm assuming you're going to want to use some of my very limited supply of wood to make a bow or crossbow. Great. Fantastic. Boyar Guild coming up. Nope. Definitely not. You know, because these bedrooms are so big, back to back, who needs wood? I did once do a fort where I wasn't allowed to dig and everything was made out of wood. So sometimes you just gotta, like, compensate completely differently for things you've done in the past, right? Starting to think that these dwarves will get their own private furniture that I don't normally give them. Like, maybe everybody gets their own bookshelf. Or everybody gets their own table and chair, because these are such big bedrooms. Meanwhile, chat has all of the wood because there's tits in the corner of the map. Okay, let's place all this. All right. So I've got dwarves now that don't have beds, right? Yes. Come on, it's pretty funny. And in your current fort, only the young dwarves haul off dead animals. They probably just get to it quicker than everybody else because kids, like, don't have anything better to do. So they're like, well, I'm assigned to haul refuse, so I guess I will haul the corpse of this donkey, I suppose. Because adult dwarves are generally pretty occupied, whereas kids are, you know, hanging around being kids, doing as they please until suddenly, oh, look, there's 15 corpses. Which is why I usually disable corpse hauling for kids. It's better for their mental health, you know? I screwed up that one. There we go. Okay. Apparently Kashmir did 13 minutes ago, and I completely missed it. So, thanks, Kashmir. 100% missed that one. Jeez. Okay, you know what? I'm going to forbid this, or pause this, and pause this. So that other dwarves can go around and start constructing stuff, because I need this stuff to get constructed. Because we are at war with humans that are pretty close to us. So I do kind of... There's also goblins pretty close to us. So as tempting as it always is to just be super careless, I do actually have to be kind of cautious in this fort, at least during the initial construction phase. He says he's just, like, completely open to every single possible assault. Find it particularly entertaining that, yeah. No, they will get dead. Most dwarves will get, like bad thoughts about hauling dead animals. Most dwarves. Some won't. Let's just make 15 more beds and see. Okay, you are working secret. You've claimed 3 pieces of wood, you greedy fuck. Holy shit, dude. Telenartho the Boyer has created Serral Nulom, a nethercap crossbow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Zulban Stoked Diamonds. Well, before I do anything, I'm going to queue up gold pedestal. Like 3 of them. Let's jump down here and take a peek at this. This is a nethercap crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with nethercap, encircled with bands of nethercap, and on the item is an image of Fath, Tangled Lance, the dwarf, in nethercap. Who's Fath? Well, it's not your husband. Somebody that you know? Nope. It's not your lover either. Well, all right. You made a crossbow out of nethercap, covered in nethercap, encircled with nethercap, and has an image of somebody named Fath on it. Just an image of some derf. In nethercap, yes. Neither this nor that cap. Nethercap. Realized I kind of screwed this up a bunch, so fixing it. All right. Mine all that out. One thing at a time. All right, so now where's Tellen? Where's your bedroom? Well, we need to wait for the gold thingy to get made. Also waiting on all this. I need to pause like half my jobs and just get all this construction work done. I also gotta get these bedrooms done. I can't wait until you forget how to make a crossbow. We rename it to Nethercap. You can't rename artifacts. Or Neithercap. No, you can't. You cannot rename artifacts. The dwarves name artifacts. That's it. It's pretty important to the game, the way artifacts work. Legendary items with unique names. And also, I think I would have to mod my game to rename it to Neither Cap, and honestly, eh. I think I'm gonna go into bars and blocks. I'll just remove all those. No reason for them to be running back and forth with coal constantly. I'm also not sure why, but a lot of these jobs keep getting canceled on this deconstruction or this digging job over here, which is odd to me. Not sure why that's happening. Inappropriate dig square, apparently. Okay, we got those gold pedestals done. This is Telenartho's bedroom. You get your crossbow next to your bed. I don't understand the question. Oh, you mean Fath? F-A-T-H? Not Fath? Possibly? But it would state that it's the dwarven goddess or the human god or whatever. So very unlikely that that's the case. So let's just assign the last few of these. Okay, sweet. Everybody has quarters. Yes, literally every dwarf has a bedroom, so that's good. And also my dwarves that were doing the metal smithing are now taking a break to help construct stuff. Also good. And forbid these. Now ads. The only 3 dwarves are actually doing the channeling jobs. But yeah, maybe that's what I did. Yeah, it's got to be some historical figure, but sometimes they dedicate it to a relative, and I was just curious at a glance, but who knows? It is likely it's some historical figure somewhere, and won't be easy for us to figure out who exactly. But yeah, maybe I screwed up the mining and the channeling jobs. It's definitely possible. You're done. Just that, and a few here. Okay, that's done, that's done, that's done. Getting all this good stuff done. Few tiles left. There we go. Okay, so now that all that's done, start building blocks over top of these. We're in an ad right now, so you guys can't see anything. Or rather, the Twitch chat can't see anything. But I'm just going to, or some people in the Twitch chat, not everybody. I'm going to build a little shape in the center. Build a little wall around that. Just so I can put some doors in. Start putting olivine in. Also need to make sure that there's no open space around the edges of these. I actually have to be really careful about this. So if I make one layer too big and open space gets missed, then birds could attack me, or any kind of flying creature could attack me, or enemies could pass directly into the fortress. I'll see you later, Joker. But eventually the dining hall / temple will cover this entire layer. It's just going to take a little bit for us to actually have enough flooring for it. Yeah, it absolutely is a mix of the wrong types of jobs. 1000% that's what it is. Okay, so let's just erase all this. I don't actually know how I managed that, but I guess I did. Whatever. It's fine. So, have you messed around with arena mode at all? You have to enable it in the settings, I think. Because once you've messed around with arena mode is a series of arenas where you can place units down on different, air quotes, teams and tell them to fight. Being able to control a character will allow you to take control of one as an adventurer and walk them around the arena and tell them what to hit. But it's not in the game yet. It's a feature that was in the game in the past, but is not in the game currently. Basically, like if I'm talking about a feature that is being worked on, it usually means that it's not out yet, which throws some people off because Dwarf Fortress is a. So I want to talk about the development style of Dwarf Fortress for a second here. The way a lot of games work is they go silent and they don't say a word. And then after 8 months or a year, they announce an update and then the update comes out the next week. Or they just drop the update. That's usually how most games work. The way Dwarf Fortress works is they update every, let's just say, 6 months to a year, right? Is when major updates come out with small patches with almost nothing in them around that from time to time. Except they post, every week, other week, sometimes 3 times in a week, talking about what they're working on. Because Dwarf Fortress was a crowdfunded free game for a very long time. Meaning that people were just giving the game money on a monthly basis mostly. Uh-oh. Cancels give water, no water source. What am I trying to give water to? Do I have an injured dwarf? Do I have an animal that needs water? Nope. Well, here's hoping. Otherwise, I need to dig down to the caverns quick. So, because of how Dwarf Fortress does its development, people are weirdly harsh on it. They're like, oh, yay, another announcement about an update that we're not going to see for a while. This is a style of development that I prefer over the more modern, we're just not going to talk about what we're working on until it's done. Even though that might be a better way of developing a video game in the era of the internet where everything you're doing is under maximum scrutiny at all times. I think it's better to talk about what you're adding to the game and update your game less frequently. even though it might annoy some portions of the audience because they would rather not hear about an update until it's done and ready to go. Wasn't there like 50,000 comments in that thread at a point? That's one of my favorite Steam threads of all time. But at the same time, there's an equal, if not greater, number of awful threads of people being mean. The Steam forums are actually like weirdly mean to this game, which I don't get. Okay, how are we doing for gold? Actually, 96 gold bars, nice. Have I ever played Valheim? I don't really have any interest in Valheim. I think the dev is similar. Yeah, but it's a open world survival crafting co-op game. Nah, hard pass. But yeah, I mean, they don't update their games super frequently, but they also like didn't talk about anything they were adding for quite some time. They did buy a horse though. I remember seeing that post. Somebody got really mad at them, I think on Reddit. It's like, they took 6 months off. They took 6 months off developing their game. They didn't. They were absolutely developing the game. And all they did was buy a horse. It's like, well, I mean, if my game sold 50 million copies and I had nothing better to do, I might also buy a horse. I mean, like, why not at that point? What are you going to do? Stop me? Bah. Like Zach bought a house after the release of this version of Dwarf Fort. Don't actually have any prepared meals right now, but we can bring the drinks up here. Recently sponsored a donkey? I don't know what bloodline is, but what does sponsoring a donkey mean? Although the Valheim devs one was funny because it was like, we have purchased a horse for research purposes. Which, you know, kind of sounds like they wanted to like use it to help them animate horses, but also that they just wanted a horse. Also, I have another YouTube member who's Unbitten. Unbitten, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Twitch check, can I get a round of beers for the brand new YouTube member? Okay, so this will expand out slowly as I build more floors. This is just going to be a new temple to no specific deity. Don't vibe with the constant news. It sounds bad, but it hypes you up for something that, because of how other shitty devs not putting in the working, it makes me believe that I will not see an actual update for the actual work as promised. Well, then don't pay attention to it. Ignore it. The rest of us appreciate the transparency. It's nice to know what developers are working on. So I've attached this dining hall to the Stones of Meditating. Sure. Which is this temple. Lack of dining tables. Dude, look in front of you. I know that you're meditating on discipline now, but like, look in front of you. You know, it's kind of funny, actually, the way Zach put it. It's like, they didn't win the lottery like some people have been saying. According to Zach, they just finally got the paychecks for the, like, computer science job that they've been doing for the past, like, 20 years. So instead of, like, doing what most, like, developers in that industry do, instead of doing what most developers in that industry do, they simply waited 20 years without taking a paycheck, and then so they took them all at once. Which is a funny way of putting it. Well, there's a dining table there now. This dwarf's meditating on Earth. Okay, maybe I do actually need to make goblets. Gold goblets next, I suppose. Did I fill the trifecta? Linux Town. Oh, hi, Linux Town, then. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere else you can currently, like, give me money on a monthly basis. I think that's all three. Also, hi, Linux Town. Okay. Yes, we do, in fact, have lots of gold. It is the only metal that I'm smelting right now. I should probably be smelting iron and making steel, but gold's more fun currently. Pray to the escorted. All these dwarves are praying. So I think I should just let these jobs kind of wind down for a little bit and give these dwarves a bit of a break. Also, once again, thanks for the ridiculous amount of follows today. Lanix, used to be rich. Congrats. Like yesterday, I think I got 25 followers. I think in the last hour, I've gotten 25 followers. You have to type an exclamation point tickets to see how many you have in the first place before you invest. Yeah, there is a cock in the temple. This is true. We also have 1 billion baby turkeys now. Excellent. Which means I can slaughter the 2 adult turkeys. Sejnegiba. I think I said that right. I had to sound it out slowly. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Now we can just eat all these turkeys. Eat. Although, I need to make a new butcher shop. Butcher. Why not? Temporarily, we'll make a very fancy butcher shop. And Tanner. You played for literally 24 hours straight. So chat, this is somebody we need to congratulate. This person named Weeb Tyrant over on the YouTube chat got Dwarf Fortress Steam version for Christmas, and they played 24 hours straight. You'll get your life back for Christmas next year. Don't worry. TB Explorer, thanks for the 10 bucks. Appreciate you, man. Holy Kai, thanks for the $1. Those really do add up. You know, it's like I've been planning to play other games a lot recently, yet here I am still just playing Dwarf Fort. Devil Dawn, thanks for the $2. And Elfie, apparently we are hyping again. Gotta get those holiday emotes. I don't know how long they last for, actually. I should probably check that.
We hyping again? Let's go.
And Lanix, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Mr. Taphawk. Well, the trench begins.
And the dwarf waddled away, waddle waddle, till the very next day.
Oh no. Don't you dare. Actually, that's how I should get it. That's how I'd probably get 1 million views, is if I made a parody version of that meme, but with dwarfs. Anyway, Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 gifts. Appreciate you. And Suited, no thank you for getting that song stuck in my head. Otherwise, I would have said thank you. When you're playing WoW, you were planning to play other games, but you finally stopped over a year ago, and now I'm stuck playing Ona, and you want to play DF, but I can't quite pull yourself away. For whatever it's worth, you will eventually run out of stuff to do in Oni. So, you will eventually be able to just play Dwarf Fort. Unemployed Shaku, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, and apparently we are getting migrants. These ones actually figured out how to arrive at the edge of the map. This one's an accomplished gem cutter. And a member of the Sly Theater. All mind control said pick me. I was about to say so, but yeah, say pick me. This is going to be hard for me to keep up with chat, but we'll see. All mind control is up first. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and has a very calm demeanor. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He can handle stress, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't seek out excitement, and he... Darius, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he tries to get things done perfectly. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and what the fuck just happened? He is curious and eager to learn, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. He dreams of raising a family, and personally does not respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and he values hard work and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Okay, so now that that's all done, you should join the military, I think. Yeah, you're going to join the military. Even though they aren't officially up and running yet, all mind, you are in fact going to join the military. Next up. Next up is Mistim, who's going to become Jez. With an extra Z. Jez.
Over here,
I can
he
type.
has
No,
a
he doesn't.
sword.
He is. He's a hype train. She is very quick to anger and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She is bashful and she tends to not reveal personal information. She likes to brawl and she's grateful when others help her out, and she... Thanks for the reminder. And she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she is stubborn. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She doesn't have an experience, strong cravings, or urges, and she is troubled by this because she values such powerful forces in life. Wait, what? She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she is troubled by this since she values such powerful forces in life. You don't see that one very often. She can handle stress, and she enjoys the company of others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values hard work, finds those that deny their impulse and somewhat stiff, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Is married to a dwarf named Dodok, and you know what? He's got a good haircut. This dwarf is going to join the military as well. Not on a full-time basis just yet, but welcome to the military. Next up, we have her husband. Her husband is related to Smurf Dirty. over in the other portions of the fort. Dvildawn is this dwarf who disdains loyalty, apparently. Cracks easily under pressure and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He is conflicted by this since he believes it is in the importance in the rule of law. He is a friendly individual and he is very humble. He has an active imagination and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He likes to take it easy and he prefers to present himself modestly. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Ashdol, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Oh, by the way, we're on level 5, I think. Yeah, the hype train's on level 5, meaning if you get in on this hype train, you will actually get a permanent animated holiday emote. Anyway, he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, and he talks to himself whenever he's bored, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views loyalty unfavorably. Welcome to the fort. Sem, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. Next up, we have Vukar the Weaver, who is going to be Shadow Absorber. And once again, what just happened? Jimazar, thank you very much for the $5 in bits. Shadow Absorber, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Darren Sullivan, thank you very much for checking out a gift sub. Help. She does. What actually is happening right now? She is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She rarely looks on others with lust, and she rarely is happy or enthusiastic. And she is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. It is very hard to keep up with all of this. And she is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And she is quick to anger, and she has a sense of duty. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She dreams of mastering a skill and perceives competition as wasteful and silly and respects the law. Also can join the squad. Weaver. Next up, we have another peasant. This peasant also dreams of mastering a skill. This peasant is a lady. And this peasant is now Martin. Still going through the list. Piranha, thank you very much for gifting us up. She personally does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works describes natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She is easily moved to mercy, and she dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. Devilon, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to JJ Scratch. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, and she is trusting, and she does not often feel envious of others. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and likes a little excitement now and then. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She is assertive, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She has little interest in joking around, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values artwork. Aethernull, thanks for the $3. Jesus. This dwarf has a lot of family and worships several gods, and is a former member of the Green Orb. Consider it pondered. I think that's everybody. So apologies to those just below Martin on the to-do list because, well, you know, water. What about water? We've got plenty of drink. We don't need water. We're not humans. Next time, you'll get the opportunity. Oh, drink it? How about tea? Oh, hi, Linux Town. You're now Linux Town over there. And hi, Shogun. Well, all of the dwarves arrived, and that was the entirety of that migrant wave. So unless there's some stragglers, that'd be mighty difficult. I need some bags, or some additional bags, I think. Actually, no, this stockpile just needs to be embiggened a bit. I do also need bags, though. Let's just make a clothing spot, and just make cloth, bag. 5. Telenartho, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Jeez. That's all. You guys are extraordinarily kind. Thank you very much, everybody. Start digging this at all? Nope. Wondering actually what they're working on. They're digging channel. Ah, they're digging the channel up here. No rest for the wicked? Yeah, clearly. I deserve it. Deserve is a strange word, man. Ash, thanks for another 5-pack. There's hype going on? Definitely, yes. Absolutely. And I'm not even sure why. What are you planning for these rocks? What am I getting out of this? A more normal looking mountainside. As for what I'm gonna do with the rocks, I'm not sure yet. Will they stack on top of each other? So Dwarf Fortress is kind of like Paper Mario. Things sitting in a place can be stacked infinitely. Suited Giraffe, thanks for another 10-pack of gift subs, and Devil Dawn, thanks for another 5. New fort equals hype? I suppose. It's actually kind of crazy to me how many more people tune in when I start a new fort versus just like a normal day. But I guess I should be used to it by now, even though I'm kind of not. Can I place some more beds here? Yes, I can. Do I have a door to place here? No, I don't. Made these out of what? Diorite? Queue up 80 diorite doors. Rare Candy. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. What level are we even on now? Level 7? Jesus. We're going to make gold goblets. We're just going to queue up 30 gold goblets. Heading to level 8? Looks like it, yeah. It certainly looks like it. Tremendous start, what, to the hype train? Oh boy, I mean, speak for yourself, I suppose. Should also make some more gold tables and thrones. A gold table. Gold throne. Laia, thank you very much for checking out a gift as well. Hype train blocks the bit purchase screen. That's actually not true. Yeah, there is one at the top of the screen, but there's another one down at the bottom. You can click this button, which I obviously can't do anything in because it's not my channel. I can't cheer in my own channel, but there is that. Draken Soul, thanks for checking out a gift as well. Just remember, I am a Partner Plus Twitch partner, so I get 70% of all of these. Because, like, the common knowledge is that Twitch partners don't get very much, or Twitch people don't get huge portions of their the sub revenue. I get 70%, so. Why do I sound sad about the train? I'm not sad. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. There's a difference, I think. Alcord, thank you very much for converting a Prime subscription to a tier 1 subscription. That being said, I do only get a 50% of the Prime subscriptions, but that's because it's a different contract. Actually, I just want to widen this. right, I'm awake now. So Ponce just raided me. Chat room, keep this hype train going. And what you got to do is go give Ponce a follow. That's the most important thing you can do as part of this hype train. Is go click on that heart at the top of the screen and go give Ponce a follow. Hi, Light Fellow. Don't ask me what's happening because I don't know. Hi, Ponce. How are you? How was your stream? You were playing Age of Empires with Cody, right? I'm digging a hole. Also, Linux, what was wrong with your Twitch? Clearly you got it working. I only just looked over at the YouTube chat and saw that you said that you wanted your Twitch to work again. What happened to it? Did you break it? Anyway, it seems to be working. Thanks for the $1, Elfie. Death Must Die. Ah, yes, that video game. I'm familiar with that video game. They've sent me a dozen emails or so. I never responded to any of them or looked at it because I was busy with dwarfs. Tends to happen. Are the drunks sufficiently dwarf? Yes. 2FA did not work. Oh. Well, that sucks. Well, at least you're able to get it fixed. Yeah, it's technically a level 9, but it's 30% of the way to level 10. I don't think we'll hit level 10, though. That would be absurd. Death Must Die was a ton of fun. You recommend checking it out? I've looked at it long enough to know that it's something I wouldn't enjoy personally, but Desokan, thank you very much for the $3. Appreciate you, dude. It certainly does look like a game for a lot of other people, though. Yeah, I also don't like Vampire Survivors in particular. I'm one of those people who's like, I like to do more than just like walk around a video game. There's a level 8? I thought it skipped straight to level 9. Crazy. Yeah, based on some idiot math right now, it needs about another 30 subscriptions or like $110 in bits, which is a lot. So yeah, I'm at a loss for words, chat. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all I can say, really. Thanks for the $10, dude. Baron. But we found this very questionable Embark spot, Ponce, and we are, you know, building here. It's home. It looked cozy. So we are making a fort near that. And you can't see who's reigning anymore. Well, it's Ponce, P-A-W-N-C-E. But I can't do a second shout out for, I think, an hour. It's always weird to me. If I fits, I sits. That the meme we were going for, or a different one? It's either a pair of balls or a pair of tits or a butt, depending on what layer you're on. Everybody's happy. I just did 50. Yeah, Linux wins. Like, that's not a contest. Not a contest. You don't want to win? I mean, you deserve to. 50 gift subs is absurd. Like, the most I honestly ask for from people is maybe like a tier 1 subscription. Maybe a tier 2 if you want sound commands. That's all I'm actually asking for of people. And then you go and do that. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Calm down. Hope you had a good holiday. Linux Town. Thank you much for all the generosity over the last year, you know? All right. It's over. We survived. Everybody, you get these animated emotes. Enjoy your animated emotes. That's actually great. Jeez. It's like it's an orange peeking out of a treasure chest. I mean a gift. And then the rest of you are on fire, which is great. Chat room, I think that we need a big round of beers for all of the absurd amount of generosity today. Like actually. Didn't get an emote? You should. I mean, you took part, right? Did you not get a notification or did you not get an emote? I don't know what that means, but okay. Oh, you didn't get a notification. Well, try typing in hype. Or refresh your stream, maybe. Because you absolutely got one. It's one of the two that everybody's posting, likely. Unless you already have all of them. In which case, then you wouldn't get one. No, what you gotta type in is this. It's like colon hype. Like that. But without the space. See if anything pops up.
tmi.twitch.tv #blinderl.
You gotta capitalize the colon in order for it to work. Just like this fortress. Nope. All right, well, here then. I'm assuming you did and you just don't know how to find it, but... I mean, you obviously need to not have a space there, but I give up. Here you go, have any emotes. Well, I mean, you took part in the hype train, so you absolutely got it. But, I don't know. Maybe you have them set to be hidden or something. Recap the economic fruits of the bowls of earth. Recap the economic fruits of the bowels of earth. Farron, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. I don't know what that means, but all right. Got more blue jades. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a stockpile. Or also we are in an ad in 50 seconds. I had to snooze it twice during that. That's interesting. And then we're gonna put blue jades and what else is in here? Rock crystals. Those aren't very valuable. Actually, no. Let's do two stockpiles. Do it that way. We're going to encrust those goblets with gems. Choose a stockpile from which the selected stockpile will take items. Choose a stockpile which... I mean... There we go. You. And you. And now you will encrust finished goods with cut gems. Well, let's see if this works, because I always assume it's not going to. You have your 12th month in 10 days. Yep. Sounds about right. Although I have to wait for the stockpiles to fill up first, otherwise it's not going to work. Like using a scythe, or in this case, an axe? Sure. Square cut amethysts. They're a fun pink. You're still making tables. That's why we're not at that point yet. Waiting to move those goblets. Also, hello, Flanky Merc over on the YouTube side of things. They will, in fact, like, multiply.
#blinderl.
They will, in fact, keep encrusting the same item with gems. I also almost never bother doing this. Finished goods with cut gems. Do it! Killer Spud's gonna go do it. Let's see. See this get done. Yep, there we go. It is working. So, we're using that, I'm assuming. Gold goblet. Become slightly fancier gold goblet. This is now a well-crafted gold goblet. On the item is an image of dwarves in brown zircon by Killer Spud. Linux Town, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 3. You mad lad. For 12 months. A whole year. So I'm just going to read through this hype train. That level 10 hype train was 134 gift subs, or subscriptions total, and $40 in bits. You guys can stop giving me money for the rest of the day now. We good. Like, honestly. Fucking nuts. Bless, yeah. Christ. Ponce is sitting there going, excellent, we have whiskey budget. Well, that paid for the Christmas stuff? Sure. Definitely. I'm not anyone's dad. I hope. You're about to go to work in a minute? Well, you gotta go make your money. Or if remembered having an intellectual discussion with a friend. Certainly hope not, Sem. Me and Ponce me and Ponce have done several rounds now of purchasing and trying different whiskeys. It's for the fun of it, so. Been a fun hobby. I help you make money by streaming. True. Or I would more so state that I help you be not bored while making money by streaming. This is going to be a goblet stockpile. Specifically for gold goblets. Yeah, I mean, that's fine too. I need help drinking all this stuff that my neighbor keeps giving me. The Sea Shepherd Scotch. I have a collection of things. Although I've discovered that awful clear, definitely not vodka whiskey that I have, doesn't taste like anything if you put it into, like, fizzy water. So, I've been making homemade White Claw with it. Which is fine. Not that I'd recommend it, really, or that I'll ever buy it again, but, not the worst thing in the world. I actually really like vodka, so it's one of those. Man, I wish this was just vodka. If it was just vodka, I'd probably like it a lot more, but why do I like vodka? Or what? Why what? See you when we see you. Lennox Town, take care of yourself, dude. No, they won't encrust installed furniture, no. Good lord. Thought you didn't want to win. Well, anyway, thanks for an extra 5. Crazy person. Why like vodka? Because it's tasty. And I'm a grown-up. That's why.
This is Sparta!
We're still going through those, like, notifications from forever ago. About the Sparta? That's 300 bits from ages ago, is what that is. Or are you confused about the liking vodka comment? There goes another one. I'm just, like, wishing that I could be chucking a dwarf off of the cliff right now. It would be much more fitting. Vodka tastes good if you have that acquired taste. What more do I have to explain to you? I like the taste of vodka. Tastes of nothing. Okay. I don't agree.
Reap the economic fruits of the bowels of the
Shitty vodka kind of just tastes like water and alcohol. Or nail polish. Good vodka can have, like, wood flavor notes or
Okay, I stay corrected.
caramel flavor notes. I'm not even talking about infused vodka here. I've never actually bought an infused vodka. Yeah, that too. I like some flavors that I've had people tell me are, air quotes, repulsive, so. Like that time that one person in my chat tried to insist that scotch is disgusting and that bourbon is the only real whiskey. To which I said, well, to which I say, bourbon is fine, but at least scotch has flavor. So, you know, we all pick our battles. Sometimes I like to drink Irish whiskey, but sometimes I like to be in pain, so it's not really relevant. Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing. I know somebody who really likes Malort. I've never tried Malort. I would like to try Malort, though. I've also never had absinthe. Not real absinthe, anyway. I'm a fan of whiskey, I'm a fan of vodka, and I'm a fan of beer. And if there's nothing else, I'll drink a gin and tonic and I won't complain. Tequila sucks. If you say that in the presence of one of my moderators, he might ban you. One of my mod, Stoned Hobo, is a massive tequila fan. I will say this. Tequila's fine. I've had good tequila. What sucks are most of the people who drink tequila. What's up, Mind Control? Yeah, absolutely. All spirits have their rules. Is actually a really good way of putting it. Like, I personally don't like, why am I blanking on the name of this stupid thing? Jaeger. Not a big fan of Jägermeister. I know some people who really, really, really like Jägermeister. So, you know, not everybody needs to like the same spirits. That's why there's different kinds of spirits. I've had good tequila, and good tequila is very good. I do not go out of my way to buy tequila, though. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain on the legality of absinthe here. Oh, I will say, I don't like moonshine. Not a fan of moonshine. Moonshine, not my favorite thing. Will go out of my way to not drink moonshine, even. Jaeger's only good with Red Bull. I'd rather just put vodka in it at that point. Like, if I'm gonna, like, give myself or try to give myself a heart attack with shitty beverage combinations, I'll at the very least put something I like in it. So Martin now has a bed. Jazza now has a bed. So does their partner. Shadow now has a bed. Be everybody. All Mind Control now has a bed. Excellent. This one's already encrusted with zircons. We're gonna encrust them with more zircons. No. Stop using that one. There you go. Or should move this elsewhere. In fact, actually what I need to do is I need to make a give stockpile. So I've got this stockpile that gives it to here, this stockpile that gives it to here. Then I'm making this stockpile, grab you, and say, you, choose a stockpile from which the workshop will take some items. We'll give items. So it'll put items there. Finished items go here, which is going to be for goblets. So it won't keep encrusting them, I hope. We'll see. Looks like it. And then what I should really do is put them into a minecart and fill them and push them elsewhere. Nope. You are absolutely just repeatedly doing the same one. Player Mihai, if you're a kid and you're watching this stream, you shouldn't be watching this stream. This is a stream for adults. Alcohol is delicious. Consume it responsibly. Don't tell me how to live my life. Oh, okay. No, it is doing what it's supposed to do. Perfect. Maybe you got drowned. What was the question? Hold on. Here, I will run back up in your chat logs. What's the best way to keep an Embark animals alive in an ice fort? You have to get to the caverns, yeah. Literally, you have to get to the caverns. If there's no grass on the surface, you have to get to the caverns. That is the only way to keep them alive. Okay. Speaking of... I said, I am not a kid. I am an adult. But if you are a kid and you are watching this stream, you shouldn't be watching this stream. And I'm going to state what I said again a second time. It's not your place to tell me what I should and shouldn't drink. The eternal job of detitifying mountains. Yeah. I mean, it's still funny. No matter how long I have to work on it, it's still funny. I guess that's a bonus. That's not a drink, that's a cleaning solution. Sorry, I just don't like it when people in my chat is like, this is bad for you, don't drink alcohol. Oh, well, you don't need to. But it's not your place to tell me whether or not I should. Just like it's not your place to tell me that drugs are bad. I already know that drugs are bad. It's not going to stop me from taking my drugs. Minor detidifying? Detidifying. Detidifying mountains. It's honest work. I mean, they're the happiest dwarves in the fort, which I think is kind of funny. Ba 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 bum. Nope. Seems like we finally ran out of native gold. It's okay, we'll get more. How much do we currently have? 149 gold bars. Well, that's plenty. Let's do gold statue. You know what? No, let's not do gold statue. Let's do gold chest. Gold cabinet. And gold... gold chains. For the chests and cabinets, we're gonna make 25. 3. Storm again. Thank you very much for the $1. Let's do 10 chains though. Certainly, it was a joke. But the thing is, right? I have an extraordinarily dry sense of humor. If you think I'm being anything but mildly sarcastic at a joke that I wasn't super fond of that you said in the first
Merry
place,
Christmas.
don't take me too seriously. I am an extraordinarily dry, sarcastic person. Buy as a free frog? That's good. What'd you do to get freed? What were you freed from? So if you think I'm being anything but sarcastic, then, like, retune your sarcasm radar. But still. Kids shouldn't be watching my stream, and we all know alcohol is bad. Just like most things in life. So bad, yet so delicious. Uh-oh. Begins. Got our first death. Richard. Was there an overhang? What caved in? I'm not actually sure. There must have been an overhang somewhere.
Bring out your dead!
Well, that's a shame. Sam, do I owe you those? If I do, please let me know. Well, they don't even know yet. Death by cave-in. It's time to make a gold snuffleupagus. There we go. So the question is, where do I put tombs? Well, we're getting rid of the titty mountains, so that would be a bit redundant. The game used to do that, actually, DB Explorer. You should go back to, like, some versions of Dwarf Fortress from, like, 2010. You know, locally here we have a mountain called Jackass Mountain. It's a pretty good mountain. Just making sure nobody's injured. No, they're not. Just make a tomb area within the spire. That's easier said than done. Tombs in the base of the pillars. Yeah, that could be pretty cool, actually. But they might be hard to get to in the future, based on how I want to build this. Actually, how about we put tombs in this? That'll do. I don't think actually, it's not that I don't think. It does not matter where you put the coffins. It's also more of a thing of keeping their families happy and less of a thing of keeping them happy. Once they're dead, they're, well, dead. Caravan has arrived. Got some pretty expensive gold goblets. But I don't want to trade too many things to them. I'm actually just going to pause this job for right now. I may literally sell them a goblet or two. I got 32 goblets. And I have no values for anything. I need to assign a broker. Who's going to be you, Kashmir. So go tell me how much things are worth after you're done eating. Yes, Martin. I have. It's very tasty. Excuse me. Well, if a dwarf is alive, if they are assigned a tomb while they are still alive, it'll give them happy thoughts, if that's what you're asking. But your question was, would a dwarf be satisfied about having a coffin in a particular place? It doesn't matter, is the answer to that question. I have Highland Park 12 in my cupboard. Pretty sure it's the 12. Thinking about your coffin gives you happy thoughts. Thinking about the concept of coffins gives me existential dread because if my family dares to buy a coffin for me and put me in a grave, I will be very upset. So I asked them to bring me wood. I'm asking them once again to bring me wood. Except this time I'm also going to ask them to bring me... Do they have any fun animals? Probably not. No fun animals? Okay, so this time I will also ask them to bring me drinks. They want powder, which actually I can do. Because I do have gypsum, which is technically a powder, I think. As far as I know, they still look blue. They look like zombies. But they're supposed to look exactly the same as regular dwarves, except for when they... looks like we've got a Fey Mood by Shadow Absorber. Oh, nope, you're going for clothing. Must have silk cloth. Well, okay, I guess I'm buying silk from this trader. There we go, that'll be plenty, probably. So let's see. How much is that wood worth? Not much, but I will buy all of the logs that they've brought, which is a non-trivial amount, which is good. I'll also buy all those barrels, and I will turn that milk into some cheese. And they want silk, so... just gonna buy one less.
Cheese for everyone.
Yeah, we'll do that. Except not that one. Let's actually just buy this and this and one of those instead. Okay. Trade. The next thing I'm going to trade for is going to be trade. Trade for a container of pigtail cloth. We got leather already. Trade for the meats. Throw the second one in. And I can trade for the plump helmets. And I don't really need the leaves, but I will buy the fruit. I will buy the thread. And... I don't really need the quiver. Do you want the crutches and the splints, though? Which I can't afford, because that's actually a very fancy crutch. I'll buy the wheel... I can't afford the wheelbarrow either. I can buy a book. And that'll be enough. Done. I don't know, what did you just do? Chat, explain to player what they just did. How did this game end? End! Or is there another way out? The secret Mogadishu cult conjures spectacular crundles and marvelous mandrills. Before... all caught up. I kind of want to do something else with the pillars in the future, so I'm going to leave them solid for right now. But we are in an ad break, so I will be waiting for the next minute and 30 seconds. Well, actually, it's more like minute and 15 seconds now, but... But yeah, if you want to add to that, go to the Add a Word Story room on Discord. Add a word stories. One word at a time. And then someone can trigger it in the chat, and then I have to read it. And it's a pleasant time for everybody involved, except for me mostly. Because people tend to trigger it right when I'm in the middle of a bleh. I mean, we're pretty ways in already. I mean, like, we've been working on this fort for what? Probably about 5 hours. Hell yeah, Will. If I don't demand goods from my civs caravan, do they bring anything? Yes, but you lose relation with them. They think less of you if you don't demand anything, which is kind of funny. The ad break? Ah, that's why. Yep. Because you now have ad-free viewing. Congratulations, you're spared for 30 days of the annoyance. Did someone from this chat just text you? If so, do it again. I accidentally deleted your message. If somebody is DMing you on Twitch specifically, it's probably a scam. But which is also why I disabled the ability for people to DM me literally within hours of Twitch adding the feature. Okay, so grab 2 pieces of silk cloth and they begun their construction. Well, good luck, Shadow Absorber. You're about to make an artifact. Still making coal. Jeez. Make coal here, too. Ah, look at that. You made a fancy cape. Shadow Absorber, the Weaver, has created Usan Ubal, a giant cave spider silk cape, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. This is a giant cave spider silk cape. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave spider silk and made from giant cave spider silk cloth. On the item is an image of a giant cave spider silk. It is decorated with giant cave spider silk. It is made from giant cave spider silk cloth. On the item is an image of a chickpea plant in cave spider silk. It's vegan propaganda, and I like it. I think we are going to give that to the expedition leader. Or, sorry, the militia commander, not the expedition leader. Because you need a pick-me-up. So now you can go pray. Firestorm, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Means a lot, dude. Let's just try and get most things into the bottom of the tower. Because having us outside like that is kind of a liability. We are going to try and just start moving things into here. Like the base stock layers and such. Just go through later with the eraser tool. That. Plunk. There. There. Just a few on that side and the bottom side. We need a tavern. We already have a temple, which, believe it or not, is where the vast majority of the songs were sang in the last fort. It was in a temple, not a tavern. The tavern had some, but the temple was where the vast majority of the songs were played. So I'm out of olivine, which means I need to dig out more layers with olivine in it, like this one, which also has gold in it. So maybe we'll do that next. You got a gift, and despite not really knowing this stream, and I felt like someone else deserves it. I mean, thank you for checking out a gift. Well, hi, I'm blind. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of a problem. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. That's about it. Welcome to the nightmare hole of way too many games. Okay, I think we have enough of that stuff. Storm again, thanks for checking out another gift. I don't even know what's happening anymore. You got B. B's a wonderful person around these parts. Yeah, sometimes chat lets me. I mean, it's true. What a nice mountain. It's a very pointy rock, isn't it? And we have a very booby rock up there. Although from some angles, it kind of just looks like an ass. Okay, so now that we've got furniture going, let's go up here. That's Narc's clothing. That got suspended, so I can unsuspend that. What's up, Run? Raise? Choke? How's things? I'm building in a really pointy rock. This is one of the coolest embarks I've ever gotten. Or a sack, depending on how you look at it. At least most of my goblets are encrusted with some sort of gem. Most of them. Meditate on laws. Hang in there, Dwarf. You'll be okay. What was the other thing I made? Oh, right. Yeah, an altar. I haven't placed that yet. Is the easiest way to find platinum and it looks cool? Does platinum rest in olivine sometimes? Interesting. Good to know. Also sort of looks like female genitalia. Thank you. It's the weirdest way to spell female I've ever seen. It's like email with an F. Work tomorrow. You don't work too hard, Martin. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Thanks for hanging out. So let's start making other rock blocks. Make 200. Schist blocks. They'll be pretty far away, though. Struck pyrite. At least most of the dwarves are on the happy end. I should clarify. Fill the spire with the fortress. I haven't actually clarified that yet, but you know. But, you know, today we also learned how mountains are made. So, you know, when Mama Mountain and Daddy Mountain love each other very, very much, you get a baby mountain. And on this map, we have both Mommy and Daddy Mountain. What is the trench? That is under construction. But this is the beginnings of the trench. And the trench is going to go all the way down to the... What's the word? It's going to go all the way down to the cavern layer, essentially. So I am going to go down like 30 Z levels through this, all the way down. And then when we hit the bottom, we are going to have an open cavern mine pit, essentially. I'm very good at explaining things today. Open cavern mine pit. Words are my strong suit this afternoon. Well, I mean, that's gonna come naturally, right? Because creatures will appear to fight us, and then we're gonna try and keep those creatures. Some questions I just refuse to respond to. And he eats so many Pokeballs, you mean cages? Or cage traps? Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I still refuse, on principle. Welcome back, Crystormy. Really, Smurf Dirty? And what makes you say that? And some migrants have arrived once again. Are they warping in out of thin air? Oh shit, we do have bees. Oh no, it would cave in. If you completely separate something from a cliff face, it'll cave in. So, glass half empty, you still around? Because you've tried twice. He cracks easily under pressure, is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort or elaborate, and he lacks confidence in his abilities and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and he rarely feels discouraged, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He occasionally overindulges and has an active sense of humor. He chews his cheek when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Welcome to the fortress. You have a pet, blue peachick. Do you like peahens in general? Likes cages, splints, vigorous keys, trust of rhythm, and prefers to consume river spirits and bayberries, and absolutely hates oysters. So no preference towards peahens. Yes, they are warping in out of thin air again. I don't know why this is happening. Also, there's a horse, which is going to die. Next up, we have this dwarf. This dwarf can be Bastet. Bastet can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Is confident under pressure, and she is confident. She's confident under pressure. I read that twice. She is quite ambitious, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tends to not reveal any personal information. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this, as she values artwork in its creation, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she has an active sense of humor. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them. Hey, brother. Can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society. Wow. And finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. I don't like this dwarf. Finds blind honesty foolish. She is married to Godin, and her dad is Salvadaddy. So that checks out. Her mom is not Salvadaddy's partner. Her cousin is Jezza. Hold on a second. Okay, so... Well, anyway. What biome is this? It's half mountain, which is that wall, and the rest of it is rocky wasteland. Anyway, that's a dwarf. Next up is Bastet's husband, who's now going to be Lucas Bat, who becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and is assertive, can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and has little interest in joking around, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he isn't particularly curious about the world, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is moved by art and natural beauty, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not often feel envious of others, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, values peace over war, values eloquence, values honesty, and finds artwork boring. He's a competent mace dwarf. Dreams of mastering a skill. Well, you know what? We're going to also put you into the squatty. Also, Shadow, I'm going to remove you from this, and we're going to move this job to Notokasa. Okay. And next up, we have Abil, who's a weaver, who is now going to be Will WKM. She's prone to discord. Well, when you're adding everyone at some point, we'll know why. She revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible, is confident under pressure and often feels discouraged, does not often experience strong cravings and urges, and is assertive, often acts with compassion and likes a little excitement now and again. Generally is quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to think before acting. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with respect to martial prowess, and she lives a fast-paced life. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And has poor empathy. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally is disgusted by merrymakers, values tradition, and finds blind honesty foolish, and views loyalty unfavorably. Well, that's an interesting dwarf. She's part of the doctrine of judging. All right. Only if I can put your name in brackets behind it so I can keep track of who's had dwarfs and who hasn't. Praga. We also have to get down to your level first. Potpori. Potpori is married to Feb and enjoys being in crowds, is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tries to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she always stutters when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, and is disturbed by quiet and a peaceful existence. Huh. I think that this dwarf is going to start my melee squad. Or maybe a second crossbow squad even. Fair enough. I'm not sure who that is or what that is, but hopefully it's a healthy obsession. So this is that dwarf's spouse. And you get a military dwarf. Yes. With your wife, even. Potato Godzilla. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, is sometimes cruel, and he is disturbed by this as someone who likes those who seek to acquire as he is sometimes cruel, and he is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to avoid crowds and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, can handle stress, and generally has a greedy streak. He occasionally overindulges and likes to take it easy, bites his nails when he gets bored, and when he's nervous, he clicks his tongue, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Has a large family. He personally hates those who wield power over others, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. And, you have a pretty large family and you worship quite a few gods, and you can join your wife. Okay. That the last of them? I think that's the last of them. That chaos couple at the end there, though. Oh, look at all these flowers. Flowers in the trench.
Holy moly, look at all the new friend here.
All the new friend here? I mean, it's been a busy day, let me tell you. How's things, Wisdom? Also, the view count's higher than it looks, because, I mean, there's 311 people, which clearly amber is the color of our energy on Twitch, but there's also another 110 people watching on YouTube, so. Been a busy day. Obviously, when I start new forts, people get jazzed, seems like. That or this mountain is just too smexy. Anyway, how's things been? I'm gonna officially rename this mountain to Twitch Meta Mountain. Doesn't matter which one it is, this one probably has it covered. So I only have 3 copper picks. I feel like I could do better than 3 copper picks. Let's smelt like 3 magnetite. You can't make picks out of gold. This isn't Minecraft. No, I'm going to make some iron picks. That or I can make some steel and we can make some steel picks. Might as well do that, actually. Also need to see, did any animals that I don't need show up? Or that I can't keep alive show up? Fortunately, no, just that horsey, which I'll eat. Right. Right, Nathalion. Right. Why slaughter the horse? Because there's no grass for it to graze anywhere on this map. And so it will starve to death eventually, or they'll have to feed it my food. So it's a liability in 2 respects. And also, horse burgers are delicious, clearly. Oh, I actually have an animal that's milkable. I don't even know what. Oh, I see it canceled. There you go. That makes even more sense. I have no idea. Did they? Never heard about that in my life, so I don't know where you heard that from. Gonna milk the mountain. Ah, well, obviously we didn't actually have, it was probably gonna try and milk the horse as it got slaughtered. Yeah, I was probably trying to milk the horse. Okay, so up here, I'm going to make a... We'll make a loom, I think. That's what we're gonna start off with up here. And I think I'm going to make a stockpile up here. For schist, olivine. Yeah, just those two. As somebody who worked for that company for a very long time, Smooger, I fucking hate everything they do, so I have no idea. I hope they go out of business at some point. That'd be real nice. Let's get all these done. Move them down here as soon as they have the option. Currently, all of the miners are up here digging. So I got 8 iron bars. I think it's 1 per pick. Let's try and make 5 iron picks. Oh, I know it won't go down. I know it'll be around forever. I can dream, though. Oh, certainly. There's lots of companies that scare me. Google and Amazon don't scare me anywhere near as some other companies, but it's mostly the large investment corps that scare me. But, I don't know. It's weird. Let's fly up to those bedroom layers. Let's give other dwarves cabinets. Let's also give these dwarves some chests. I will say something that I find very interesting about Microsoft is how much they talk shit about themselves. Like, they belittle themselves more often than I do. Specifically in the gaming industry. Yeah, BlackRock's one of them. There's like 4 or 5 of them. But it's like, oh, hey, all these big corporations that scare you? Yeah, the majority of all of their stock is owned by like 4 companies. That's what's scary. It's not the companies themselves. It's the fact that other people own them, but, you know. Hey, Jaw. What's up? Welcome to the first stream that you've seen me do. It's kind of interesting. Like, it's a fascinating concept from my perspective that people, like, look forward to catching my streams. When, from my perspective, it's like, another day at the office. All right, we're going to pause the game for a minute 30 because we're in ads right now. How's your dwarf doing? On the happier end of the fort and satisfied at work. You're currently making gold sarcophaguses. So you're quite happy. Having a pretty solid day, I would say. Someone is trying to give something water. I'm sure that's good. Will I make a zoo? One thing at a time. Let's focus on building the fort and the trench first. Then we'll worry about things like a zoo. Oh, are you suggesting that you guys are like my office coworkers? I mean, that's not the direction I was really going with that, but I'm more leaning towards trying to imprison forgotten beasts in places from the caverns, because the caverns are going to be open, right? So I'm actually kind of thinking about building the entrance of the fort in the caverns. So most of the fortress is going to be above ground. But in order to get into the fortress, you're going to have to go down and into the... This is going to be a big fort. This is going to be... So, like, if Sunbirths was, like, a 13 VOD series, this is probably going to be, like, a 20. This one's going to be pretty long, I think. Unless it, like, crashes and burns. Which it very well might. You never know. Let's just make a pick. Get another dwarf into here. Huge isn't time consuming, because that is true. Spiral entrance into the caverns? Maybe. I mean, that would be very time consuming to build. But one thing at a time. You see like all of these pillars down here at the bottom of this spire? I want all of these pillars to stay static all the way down to the cavern layer. So basically this like whole thing eventually here is going to go directly down to the caverns with some walkways. Which would be absurd. If Chad eats Martin's lunch. Chad buys me lunch. What are you talking about? Chat pays for my groceries. Quite literally. Satisfied at work. There you go. You now have a new gerb. Am I correct in... Oh, we must have bought thread. Where the heck are we getting giant cave spider silk cloth from? Yeah, I don't know why that hasn't been queued up here just yet. Weird. Am I... Oh, no, we're not... Oh, we're not out of Coke. Okay, we have 360 Coke. That's a lot of Coke. That being said, we are running pretty low on a lot of gold. What's the priority on this? Priority 2. Let's do this one as priority 1. Yeah, chat's not that annoying. Just because we're starting to run out of gold, so we're going to do this layer first. You almost got it, Napalm. Really need to spend a day and like make the commands easier to type in and remember, and also add more. You put a Y at the end instead of an H, basically. One of your runs did you had a royal disappear, like a duchy or whatever. The next level is called a duchy, sure, a duke. And they weren't on your missing list or deceased list. Is it possible that they got left or got kidnapped? Adults can't get kidnapped, but what might have... Okay, were they in this list, in the noble list? Positive elevation means up, yes. This is currently 74 layers above sea level. Base level is 49, and this map goes to 126 below sea level. So this map goes... Actually, I don't even know how tall this map goes. This map goes up to 181 above sea level. So, you know. That list. That's weird. That's all I have to say is that's weird. Because... Yeah, that is weird. I seem to recall... Was it you talking about this yesterday? Or was it somebody else? Because I've literally never had that happen. Not unless they... Like, did you expel other people from the fort around the time? Because, like... You could have accidentally expelled a whole family, but I don't think it would let you expel a noble. They shouldn't just disappear. So I don't know. That's weird. Very weird. Very, 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 very weird. Seems like you think about the game space in 3D and spend a lot of time designing fortresses with this in mind. Pretty cool you try to do this, but seeing in 2D slices makes it a bit difficult for you. Play this game for 10,000 hours, and it won't be. And I've probably played this game at least that much, maybe more. It gets very easy if you just keep playing it. What's the biggest difference between streaming on YouTube versus Twitch? Well, I'm streaming on both. I've talked about this a million times at this point. Also, I see you just followed me on Twitch. Thank you. I've talked about this a couple times, but simply put, Twitch is designed to get you off of the front page, get you onto a channel, find you a channel that you like watching, and then keep you on that channel until that channel is done, and then move you to a different channel until that channel is done, and then move you to a different channel until that channel is done, and then you go back to the first one. That's how Twitch is designed. That's the ideal use of Twitch from Twitch's perspective and their website's design perspective. YouTube is designed to get you onto YouTube, get you to the front page, get you into a video, get you back to the front page, get you into another video, get you into recommended, get you back to another video, get you back to the front page, get you back to another video, get you back to this, and just keep like you cycling through different pieces of content. So it's very, very hard to build what feels like a consistent community on YouTube, whereas Twitch is designed to build a consistent community. I have arms. I'm just wearing a ginger shirt. Fantastic band. Yeah, I honestly think that the noble either died somehow and has yet to be reported missing, or alternatively died and you missed it. I'm convinced that the noble probably died. Ginger's fantastic, yes. Absolutely fantastic. One of the best vocalists in the industry right now. Exclamation point goal, Velkies. Tombs for nobles are almost always empty. I don't think I've ever actually had the dwarves bury a noble in their given tomb by default. I think it's a bug. So their tomb will always be empty. Unless their body caught fire, but they would still show up in the dead list. So I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know. Unless, like, you accidentally put them in a squad and sent them out to attack something and then they died while attacking something and never came back. I have no idea. Like, absolutely no idea. So, it's up to you to figure it out. I was going to queue up something, but now I can't remember what it was. Ah, right. I don't know how much olivine I have, but however much olivine I have. You know what's funny? It certainly doesn't. I have that feature on? Absolutely does not. I had 3 different nobles die in the last fort. 1000% doesn't, so. Your Baron got buried successfully before? Sounds like luck. Luck, I tell you. Sort of witchcraft. Yeah, I don't know. Usually if I notice that a royal died, I then go and manually tell them to get buried in that tomb. It's usually what I end up doing. It's not what I wanted at all. This is DF hack. Yes, I use DF hack. Do I use hacks? No. That would get me a VAC ban. Can I please remove the balls layer at 70? No, because I have to remove the ones from 89 down first. And it's going to be removed all the way down to here. All of this is going to get removed. Lots of ocean and peninsulas, but everything is connected. Neat. Kind of like an interconnected archipelago. Which is a word that I know exists thanks to the video game franchise Tropico. What's a dumb word you know exists because of a video game? Why not dig up at the bottom and collapse the whole thing? Because it would retain its shape and I would have to do it one layer at a time. Constructed objects that are cave in entirely and fall to pieces, whereas like mountainsides and whatnot don't cave in that way. They just go thunk down one layer and would take the same amount of time. Except it would be dangerous and I would have to use burrows and it's more work. Okay, so something I'm going to start doing. I'm going to go up a layer. We're going to go up a second layer. This layer right here is going to be the layer that I start training military on. But yeah, constructed objects, when you cave them in, they explode into the materials that they were made out of. I could use DF hack to remove that, but then I'd lose all the materials, and where's the fun in that? Actually, no, I wouldn't lose all the materials, but I'm not going to use DF hack to remove it. You learned basic English through video games? That's impressive. I know a few people who talk about learning English through playing various MMOs and video games of various types and styles, which I've always found fascinating. Okay, so I'm now down. I've got 4 more picks made, so I can assign 4 more mining dwarves. Let's get you in here. You, and you. This will speed this process up because we'll have more miners. So because this is going to be a pretty heavy crafting layer, I think I'm also going to set up farming here. And I'm going to go down to this layer, and I'm going to set it to leave follow for the remainder of the years. What? There we go. Set you up there. Always confuses me that I can't just deselect them. I have to go through one at a time and do this. We'll start moving them up here. You can be plump helmets year-round. You can be plump helmets year-round. Well, actually, let's do plump helmets and sweet pods. Plump heads, sweet pods, and cave wheat if I have it. Did I say dimple cups? I think I did. Anyway, they're planting dimple cups. Oh, I did in the last one. Whoops. Oh, well. Yeah, that's fine. We can have some dimple cups. Maybe I'll actually do dye. You can be that, you can be that, and then pigtails in the summer and autumn. It's a shame. Go up here. And I will place blocks around this. And also, in regards to the comment about me thinking vertically and building my forts very vertically, I don't always do that. You know, this fort in particular is becoming very vertical very quickly. But, I mean, if you look at Sunbirth's, the last fort we built, that that fort was very flat. Just in general, it was like mostly on one layer and pretty easy to follow. So it depends on the fort. Highly depends on the fort. And the area around the fort that I have to work with. Do I have a job? That's cute. Chat room investments are open if you care. This fort is going to be very good because of its verticality. I mean, this is going to be just a very vertical fort in general. But your particular dwarf, Joker, you are currently still a peasant. Running around doing peasant things. You'll learn skills eventually. I need to remake my metalsmith guild. Really rigid and vertical, but after watching your rebooted tutorial series, you went with more sprawling organic design. You know, I think that there's a very Someone was talking about this on the subreddit earlier, which is talking about how they think that they're bored of this game, or worried that they might be getting bored of this game and think they were doing something wrong. There's a point that you hit with Dwarf Fortress where you realize I think there's a point with Dwarf Fortress where it's very useful to build very rigid, square, symmetrical, simple forts that are very easily parsable, quick to understand and easy to look at, but also at the same time functional, because it's very helpful when learning the game. But inevitably, most people hit a point where they realize that if you're just doing that every time, the game's really boring. Like, nothing really happens. So you are actively benefited by scurrying around and just doing weird stuff, to a point where I honestly feel like a good, interesting fort is a suboptimal mess, because it allows for a lot more variety and weird things to happen, because you're not spending as much time trying to make sure everything works properly. You're spending more time making things that look cool and then paying attention to them. Adra, what up? How's things, mate? Also, it seems like J Scratch had a kid. Welcome. That's going to be baby Adra, the Metal Outlaw. That's me playing favorites. He is frequently depressed. I'm sorry. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is very slow to anger, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He has a greedy streak, and he has little interest in joking around. He often feels envious of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He does not often feel lustful and does not tend to hold on to grievances. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and isn't given to flights of fancy, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values cunning and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and values honesty. You'll grow into your personality one day. You do have a developed sense of empathy. And the doctrine of judging has many worshippers in Creaturekeepers, and now requires a temple and a priest. Oh wow, I guess we have a popular religion. It begins. Considering this temple to everything is just going to kind of go here. Guess the layer below is the one that this one will get. Healthy Bean, thank you very much for gifting Adra a sub. Adra's been around here since before this stream was cool. Five iron picks has been completed. It's also snowing again, or it's snowed again, rather. Okay, so let's start building the walls up here. Yeah, there's not many of those left, those founders badges. It's kind of funny, every now and again I go and I look at the founders and see how many of them are still there or how many even still follow me. And every single time I look at them, it's like, well, less of you follow me. Some of you, like, obviously haven't been on Twitch in ages. Some of you, like, have changed your usernames or have deleted your accounts outright. It's like, such a long time ago. The ancients walk amongst us. The ancients, oh boy. Since the coaster days? Yep. And you had second shift at work? Yeah. No, you were here almost every day. Which is actually kind of funny. Like, back in the day, people used to pretty frequently say, don't forget me when you're famous and stuff like that, right? But the reality is, like, I think I will remember the people from the old days easier than I remember people tuning in now. Because, like, back in the day, when I had, like, 10 people watching or 5 people watching or whatever, like, 10 years ago, if you tuned in and chatted for an hour, I probably still remember your username. Whereas now it's like, I get a couple hundred of those a day that I don't recognize. Which is, you know, makes it harder to follow people. I will never finish Long Death. That's just kind of a fact. It took me almost 3 years to get as far as I did, and the most common feedback I got on the Long Death streams is that they were boring as hell because nothing happened. It was only supposed to be a stopgap between the last update and Premium releasing, and Premium's out now. So there's even less reason to go back. Do you need to be a genius to play this game? No. I'm an idiot. I didn't graduate high school. Like, no. I don't understand why people seem to think that, though. Or why that's such a constant meme. So I got 6 iron bars. I have 133 magnetite. Let's smelt... $80. Let's make 60 pig iron. And let's make 60 steel bars. You know many idiots who graduated college? Fair enough. Yeah, well, they're asking, do you need to be a genius to play this game? You need to be a genius to make this game. I think that's pretty fair to say. You graduated high school? Cool, good for you. I did technically graduate high school, but I graduated high school after high school was over. I didn't graduate at the normal time. I went and got a job, and then after having a job for 6 months, I went and got another job, and then having that job for a little bit, I then went back and did it online and finished it. So technically I did, but technically I didn't. It's kind of complicated. It has a very specific name because of the school that I went through, and I'm not going to state that because it's not a big school, and I'd rather not out what school I graduated from. This is nothing like Factorio. Factorio, to be good at Factorio, you need to understand some pretty complicated math. You do not need to understand any math to be good at Dwarf Fortress. Just need to be good at memorizing a wiki. Why lower my achievement? Because my self-esteem is the equivalent of a hedgehog that got run over by a truck. That's why. So, honestly, sure, similar but very different reasons. They're equal levels of time sink, though. Similar in the fact that you've played both games profusely. Fair enough. And also, I wouldn't describe what I did as an achievement in any regard. I did the bare minimum to get a job. That's not an achievement. In my opinion. Is that why back when multiverses existed, people like Steam kept telling me to play it because I'd played Dwarf Fortress? No, not RimWorld. Probably either No Moria, Towns, or Odd Realm. RimWorld doesn't really try to be like Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld uses the existence of Dwarf Fortress as a way to market itself. But as a game, it's not particularly similar, no. DF has more in common with, like, old school God games because you have no direct control over your dwarves and no direct management of your dwarves. You're a Dota addict? Oh, God. I was a League of Legends addict at one point, but I'm, like, almost 10 years clean, actually. Last time I played League of Legends was 2014. He made several of those. I mean, okay, Tenzin. That's fine. Live your life. You know what's funny is I've had problems with substance abuse in my life. Populous. Yeah, he made some Populous in black and white, right? And also, Magic Carpet is kind of a God game. It's a weird God game, but it's kind of a God game. Played the heck out of that one. Yeah, very long time ago, though, at least here. Pantheon games? I'm not going to think about it that hard. That's all I have to say. Okay, so they're obviously done digging out that layer right here. So I'm going to... Actually, you know what? This is going to be where I'm going to train my Marks Dwarves. There we go. All right, so now that that's getting started, I can also rebuild those later. I really need to get a seed stockpile rebuilt. And then I need to make that temple that they're demanding. This is going to be for pigtails. It's going to be for sweet pods. It's going to be for plump helmets. And it's going to be for... what are the other ones? Dimple cups. And no barrels. Just bags. I agree, DB. You opened a tavern to get people to visit your library and someone case your fort for a heist. Well, I mean, they've probably gotten away with your stuff now, but it's always going to be entertaining if nothing else. All mind control is taken by a Fey Mood. All mind control is under mind control. Turns out. Chat, can you explain this? I've explained it like 4 times today. I don't care. Oh, wait. Oh, you're talking about RimWorld. Well, I mean, just because there are mods to make RimWorld not a bad game doesn't mean you still have to suffer through playing a bad game. I mean, play what you want to play. I just don't ever want to play that game again. Okay, so we have claimed that Jeweler's Workshop and All Mind Control is making an artifact out of 2 rough gems. Rough brown zircons. I have so many, like, small things that bother me about RimWorld that at this point it's just, like, not even worth trying to play it anymore. It's kind of a shame. Because, like, on paper, I should still like that game, but in actual practice, I really don't. Okay, let's get back up here. Which also sucks, because, like, I've got a lot of friends who stream it a lot. I always want to raid them, and then it's like, why are you still playing RimWorld? It's like, I don't even want to watch that. I don't even want to encourage people to watch it half the time. Unless the Hot Potato Charity Marathon's happening, and then I'll raid in. But kind of frustrating for me, because it's like, on one hand, I used to really like that game, and streamed a whole lot of it. But you know, it's really funny because even the developer of Minecraft has admitted that he didn't end up making the game that he wanted to make, which is why he burnt out on it. Because there was a point in 2016 where Tynan made a blog post where he said, I'm taking 6 months off developing the game. And the reason he was taking 6 months, he decided to take 6 months off was because, 1, he was making a fuckload of money, and 2, he was burnt out on building it. Like, he was just tired. He was exhausted. Dude needed a break. And during that time, he got so many sales, he actually hired a team to take over, and he never fully took over again. And then came back to it. And he now, like, then at one point stated in an interview that the reason he needed that break was because he wanted to make a game like Dwarf Fortress, right? And instead, he ended up making a weird strategy game. Because that's what the audience wanted, right? That's what people were buying. And the audience complained about mechanics that, as he said, made for interesting storytelling, but didn't like mechanics, but liked mechanics that made the game a better strategy game. So he ended up, like, pivoting development a little bit into strategy instead of video games. Those DLCs were unnecessary. No, RimWorld, not Minecraft. Talking about Tynan. not Notch. What bothers me about them, Tenzin, is if you go all the way back to the original Kickstarter, a lot of the mechanics in the DLCs were originally stretch goals for the Kickstarter that weren't made with the Kickstarter. Things like the religion and royalty stuff, they were all stretch goals. That game has sold like 5 million copies. Oh, did I say Minecraft by mistake? My bad. It's not the first time I've done that and won't be the last. I mean, I have been streaming for like 8 hours at this point, so. The thing that irks me to this day about RimWorld is that there was many times where Tynan stated publicly, the game won't go on sale. And the game won't have DLC. And in a world where you are adding mechanics that are, yeah, I think the one that I do kind of look at and go, as somebody who doesn't own any of the DLC but has watched a lot of RimWorld post the DLC era of RimWorld, because I burnt out shortly after 1.0 and stopped playing. That most recent DLC, good value for money. Every other one of the DLCs they've put out, maybe not. And that's actually not true. I did play a little bit of Royalty. And in a world where I'm pretty well aware of how much video games of that scale make, it's very much just, oh, okay, so you've gone from being a cool indie project to just being a DLC machine for the endless paychecks, which I respect it, I get it, but it very much makes me not want to support your game as much. Because you've already made it. You're successful. You're good. Thank you for watching my streams. Raging Cave means a lot, dude. So, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's like, sure, they allow for mods that are better than the base game, but let me tell you this. For people who don't have the DLCs, some mods get updated to be compatible with the DLCs and then are no longer compatible without the DLCs. And then you have modders that make DLCs or that make mods that are not compatible with DLCs that then get hounded and yelled at because their mods are compatible. There used to be a member of this chat who modded RimWorld quite a bit and actually stopped when the second DLC came out because they were getting too annoyed with people pestering them to make it work with royalty. So, yes, but also no. Because now suddenly you've split your audience, right? You still think it's better than selling out like Minecraft? I mean, fuck Notch. No, Minecraft's in much better hands, not in Notch's hands. If you want me to talk shit about Minecraft, I could do that for longer than I could do that about RimWorld. Anyway, all mind control the gem cutter has created Gid Thursful, a perfect rock crystal, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. This is a perfect rock crystal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut rock crystals and encircled with bands of table-cut brown zircons. On the item is an image of a throne in brown zircon. DLCs keep people playing. Updating your game keeps people playing. DLCs keeps people paying for your game. If your game is good and has good mod support, and you update the game. Okay, so 6 people largely work on RimWorld, plus a decent number of contractors. How much money do you need to make? We're talking about a game here that the DLCs sell better than most successful video games, which is fantastic and awesome for the developer. Do they need to make $5 million per DLC to support a modest development team of like a dozen people? Do they really need to do that when their game is constantly in the top 50 sellers on Steam? Look at Project Zomboid. How many DLCs have they put out? People still buy it. People are still playing it. Think about that statement for a second. Well, admittedly, a lot of the content in those mods is made by the people, or a lot of the DLC content is made by the people who made those mods, but fair enough. It's a ridiculous argument. Okay, I don't think so. Why wouldn't you want to make money? Why would you want to overmilk your audience when your game's already selling just fine? Because not all people believe that maximum capitalism is the end game. Not all people believe that you need all of the money, that everything needs to be monetized. Not everybody feels that everything needs to be a product to be sold. Some things can be a product that are tacked onto a product that is sold out of goodwill, like updating your game. Just because we vehemently disagree on this point does not make my point ridiculous. It just means that you really like wanking off to the capitalist agenda, and I'm a socialist. That's what it means. So, I don't like games that oversell themselves based on the fact that we need to print more money. Bastet, you can shush. If you want to change the subject, mute yourself. I ain't changing the subject. Not everything needs to be sold. And if you think that's a ridiculous point, that's okay. You exist in your reality, and I will continue to bash capitalism. And games that market themselves off of passion art projects. How many DLCs has Terraria put out? How many times has Terraria raised its price? Ah, gee, I wonder. Strange. Weird. DLC helps support the staff that update games. Okay. Sure. Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they need like $600,000 a year for each of those staff members. Definitely. Help support. Uh-huh. And what is the sales of the base game doing exactly? Yeah, DF did have a capitalist economy system and they removed it because it made the game bad. But anyway. I've made my point. You don't actually have an argument against my point. You're just making the same argument repeatedly, which isn't actually arguing against my point. Well, except Ludian Studios isn't making money for investors, right? Rimworld's studio is wholly owned by its founder, Tynan Sylvester. So it's not about making money for investors, it's about making the guy who founded the studio very wealthy, which it's doing a very good job of. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I've played the versions of the game that have the economy in it. And what would happen is one of two things. Either inflation would get so bad that your game would start to lag because you had to make too many coins, or you'd end up with a bunch of homeless dwarves that couldn't afford housing and one dwarf that owned all the socks. Which is kind of hysterical, but not actually a fun video game to play. How did I manage to put a bunch of floors in here? What would I get for ranting while I'm building stuff? Coins still exist in the game, though. My point is dumb. All right, cool. If you think my point is dumb, can you do us all a favor and shut the fuck up and move on with your life? XD. Because clearly my point is dumb. There is 400 people watching me and listening to my point, and you sitting in my chat typing in XD. Cool. Excellent for you. Just don't even babble about Elon. Not even worth talking about. Elon deserves to be in prison. If this child thinks that Elon is worth mentioning in this discussion, then, well... our friend here is probably just very poorly educated. Section of the fort has collapsed. Squeeze me. Ow. Well, the second dwarf got crushed. Lyagushka got crushed. I'm not even sure how that happened. I got 2 injured dwarves. How the hell did that happen? Oh, this kid's trolling. 1000%.
Bring out your dead!
What are the odds? 1 in 30? You blame Kias? They don't cause cave-ins. Elon's first business was an illegal nightclub that he started in high school with his dad's money by renting a house and then buying booze and then selling it to underage kids. So, you know, certainly he deserves the money. Yeah, absolutely. No one deserves money. Money is a system that we operate within because we need it. But, you know, somebody just telling that my anti-capitalist arguments are dumb on principle because money is yay isn't worth discussing with, unfortunately. I also don't trust birds. There was a video, Napalm, in Vancouver a couple months, or last year sometime, of a chicken flying through downtown Vancouver, and it's one of the funniest goddamn things I've ever seen because the entire comment section on that video was like, "Chickens can fly! What the f-" It's very funny. All right, let's just put 2 beds in here. Make a hospital real quick. I still don't have water access, meaning this dwarf might die. Either dumb or young, right? Not even like a matter of like, oh, you're probably dumb. It's more of a matter of, I feel bad that you worship the style that you were raised in. Like it's less of a, I think that person is dumb for believing something or thinking something, and more of a, whew, this education system is fucked. It's more of that for me than anything. History, what have you been? You've been evaluated. Now they're going to try and get water source. Okay, we have to go down to caverns. Or I need to dig into and find water. Let's try and dig in and find water. I mean, considering Cutest works in astrophysics, they're probably a pretty good person to talk to about SpaceX and its quality, too. He technically founded X.com, not the Twitter edition of X.com. Lyagushka's been missing for a week. I beg your pardon? Thought that we found you dead, badly crushed. You would like to send it up cheap. Fair enough. Maximilian, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Which was hardly original, but hey, with his dad's money, yes. Basically, what we've learned about that friend here who was talking in my chat like they were intelligent, what we've learned about this person is that they think that people who are born with a lot of money, in a family with a lot of money, deserve their money. That's what we've learned, and that's about it. And honestly, chat room, I think we'd all do better for ourselves if we just did the subject, because what's really going to benefit us here? You're on a Blue Origin site? That's true. Because if you can't read cursive and you end up working for my dad, Joker of Spades, then you'd be fucked, because all of your schedules, all of your notes, and everything you need to do for your daily labors will be written in cursive and you won't be able to read it. That's why you should know cursive, in case you end up working for my dad. I'll tune back in 30 minutes or whatever. Fair enough. I understand. What bothers me is when people say that Elon deserves his money. Ugh. It's funny. Funny, funny, funny. We're getting those steel bars. Let's make steel crossbows. Steel bucklers. Let's make 15 of each of them. 20. 15. 15 of each. He's a millionaire who's pretty good at reposting stolen memes on Twitter. Billionaire, sorry. What, in Dwarf? I mean, they're a pretty effective trade good. They're also pretty good for training your dwarves. Corner doors are possible in this game? Yep, because dwarves move diagonally. But they kind of look ugly. I second that comment. Ran Twitter into the ground? Which is actively making my job harder. Fun fact. It's also like kind of a disaster for news journalism. And I'm not talking about like TV news. I'm talking about actual news. Because if you are a reporter working for literally anybody, you probably have a Twitter account. Because it is the fastest, easiest, most efficient way of getting actual news out to as many people as possible. Turns out, it's kind of important for, figuring out what's actually going on in conflicts around the world. It's important for figuring out exactly what's going on when a disaster happens. It's important and useful way to track elections. It's just a very useful tool. I feel like it would be great if everybody spontaneously forgot the guy existed and he got locked on one of his yachts for all eternity. That's about it. I didn't hate Twitter before. I used it for work mostly. So I need to get a water source, or these dwarves are going to die. How are we doing up here? Harvest always agree. Decided to cancel that job and harvest plants instead. Fair enough. Conducting a meeting, you shouldn't be a miner. As good as you are at it, you shouldn't be a miner. Devil Dawn, grab a pick. Let me see you, Lucas. Well, currently I'm looking for this supposed aquifer that's apparently over here. But we are right on the edge of the steepest possible mountain. It's one of those, like, ludicrously vertical embarks. Allow me to introduce you to this wonderful haven called Mastodon. It's basically that these days. I just wish there was less furries on Mastodon, but that's just because furries scare me. It's okay, though. I can just block their instances, and then I'm good. But honestly, I'm totally okay with running into furries. Much better to run into furries than horrible people. At least furries are generally friendly. My thoughts on furries are very well documented, Bastet. Not the water itself. Yep. Yeah, no, the dwarves need to be able to access the fishing zone. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. No, I'm looking for an aquifer. You can pray for whatever you want to pray for, Kashmir. There we go. Okay, so now we need to see if there's water down here. Because I clearly didn't hit an aquifer. Supposedly there is an aquifer under that mountain, but instead we just hit caverns. No free water for us. Where did I dig in? Oop, in kind of an awkward spot. Got it. I'm still a little sad that they're making a sequel to Death Stranding, but that's just because the Wikipedia page of the story of that thing wasn't that entertaining to me. Let's go explore this and see if we can find water. Here's hoping. It's a nice open cavern, actually. Come on, dwarves. There we go. To the YouTube chat, an aquifer is a layer where water naturally is, or basically a layer with a water spring, where I can acquire water. Still scared of the caverns? Don't be. They're fun. And I don't mean that ironically. Where you get a lot of the exciting bits of Dwarf Fortress. I follow the DICE Awards. I ironically follow the Game Awards. But the DICE Awards are pretty interesting. There's a lot of, like the GDC Awards. Awards made by developers for developers, I think are very interesting. Because you get pointed to a lot of really interesting work. A lot of my favorite games ever made, actually, are games that sold horribly. That never really found a large audience, but won awards at places like DICE. Dwarf Fortress, as an example, won Strategy Game of the Year at DICE. There we go. There's water. So we are not, in fact, screwed. So out of curiosity, where is this on the map? Not too far away. That is also true. Okay, let's see. Water. You hauling a bucket? Oh, I see. You were in the military. And now we're going to start getting moss growing down here, which is going to be fun. Which means we may actually get cavern trees growing down here, which would be cool. Let's go up to here. But yeah, for a lot of more sparse embarks, you essentially have to dig to the cavern layers. Like, a lot of rocky wasteland embarks or mountain embarks, glaciers, that sort of thing. You quite literally have to go to the glacier eventually. If you don't, you will run out of something that you need, like water, and then have to go there. Or alternatively, go into an aquifer. So you need one or both, sometimes both. Also, now that it's been a couple minutes, I just gotta say that I think it's really funny that every single time the topic of like games overcharging for DLC comes up, there's always one person that crawls out of the woodwork and goes, "It's to support the developers that are starving to death." That will never stop being funny to me. Accidentally started on a barren wasteland for your first fortress? Ooh, I would abandon that and go elsewhere. Did the tutorial plop you there, or did you intentionally go there? Dehydrated, okay. We're hauling a bucket. That does not have water in it just yet. All right, let's go. As long as they don't agitate the caverns too much, it should be okay. Gotta go save those injured dwarves. And start another in the same world is so cool. It's one of the coolest things that Dwarf Fortress does, allowing you to finish up with a fortress and then make a new fortress, and then all of your old dwarves show up as migrants. It is genuinely one of the coolest things Dwarf Fortress does, which is also really funny because technically Monolith Soft owns the exclusive rights to the Nemesis system when Dwarf Fortress has had a better version of that system for longer. So I should really make some beehives. Try and get some wax crafts working. Okay, so you have had stitches. Just a matter of resting. Oh, a Drathalas fighting. Flying bronze bolt. Looks like we are hunting Drathalas, in fact. Also just realized this dwarf is both a hunter and a miner, which won't do. Gonna get you guys onto constant training. Means they'll go and equip their gear now. And I'm going to make archery range right here. So the other thing I'm going to do is we're going to go to Sieges and Forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. I'm going to go here, and as you can see, we've started making steel crossbows. Make 10 steel bolts. Because we're still making steel, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Are, in fact, still doing that. Some more migrants have arrived. If more people would like dwarves, now's an opportunity to get dwarfed. They can argue it's not illegal to patent the Nemesis system because the ban only extends to marketed products. Technically, since DF wasn't being sold when they patented it, they can absolutely do it themselves. That's debatable, but okay. Moma, don't you have a dwarf? Did I not give you one? I swear I did. Maybe I just like skimmed you. Yeah, I must have. Momake Plays is 51 years old and has a rather large family. Older sister is Smurfy, and Devil Dawn is a younger brother. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is very readily moved by curiosity, and he tends to think before acting. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and occasionally overindulges. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and finds those that attempt to conceal their emotions vain and foolish. Is a member of the Sly Theater, and previously was a member of the Uncommon Corridors, which I think was the mountain home of this faction. Next up here, we got Deagle. Who's going to be... 111 keep paying out. People get these weird, like, superstitions. It's really just like a 50-50 chance, dude. Frozen Leaf. Can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he has a greedy streak. He dreams of raising a family, and personally is affronted by the leisure time, and finds leisurely living, and believes that peace is preferable to war, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Next up, we have a shearer, who's named DS. She would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and is grounded in reality. She could be considered rude and is brave in the face of imminent danger. She has a calm demeanor and could be she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She likes a little excitement now and then and has a greedy streak and can handle stress. She personally does not care about fairness. This dwarf is 100% joining the military, has a spouse who's Frozen Leaf. Lucas Bat is her second eldest son, and her younger brother is our brewer, who's Salva Daddy. It's funny, I agree about the DLC and capitalist argument of blind, but I'm not a socialist at all. I guess it's some... you have some misunderstanding about economics around here. This reminds you of the Moonring case. The game is free, and there are people shocked because of it. So fun. It's... The easy statement for me to end a conversation is me saying that I'm a socialist. Because I believe in flatter incomes, and universal basic income, and higher taxes. You don't need to believe in that to realize that somebody is gouging. And it's pretty easy to spot it when a game is gouging. Sure, they put a thing at a certain value, but there are plenty of examples of small teams that have been working on a game that doesn't have any DLC because it doesn't need it. Versus small team that's working on a game that has $150 in DLC for some reason, that also doesn't need it. That whole community could just have all of those DLCs for free. And it wouldn't hurt their bottom line at all. In fact, it would probably sell more copies of the main game. So, it makes more money faster this way, absolutely. But that's all it really is. It's like, if you understand what gouging is, then like, yeah, very quickly you can come to the logical conclusion. DB Explorer. Drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty, or even the suggestion of effort being required. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, and enjoys the company of others. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He does not focus on material goods and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he likes to take it easy. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally sees lying as an important means to an end, and doesn't particularly respect commerce, and dreams of creating a great work of art. You're an adequate lie maker. Your younger sister died before you got here. Well, that's sad. But Cat Dodger, your uncle's still around. Same with your cousin Kodal, who isn't here yet. Behind you somewhere, probably. following the way in the fortress. Asmel the cousin, who's also not here yet. This is going to be a big migrant wave. Next up, we got Kib, whose older half-sister is also on her way here. And Kib is going to be Nasty Rooster. I didn't mean to capitalize that, but... You also don't understand why people are so against getting rid of student loan debt. Oh, geez, yeah, okay. You guys can just babble about that. I'll read Dwarf's descriptions. He is very stubborn and occasionally overindulges. He is slow to trust others, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is often cheerful and is often nervous, and he is a friendly individual. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He is very humble, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to think before acting, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Keeps his voice very quiet. When he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, and personally finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and does not particularly value the truth. Student loan debt is the reason I didn't go to school and got a job in fast food and then ended up streaming full time. So this can be Shadow Storm. Shadow Storm has 2 lovers, and quite a large family. Niece and an uncle who live here. Cousin Laya died. It's like one huge family that's migrating in. Finds helping others to be an imposition on his time, and shares intimate details of his life without sparing a single thought to the repercussions of property. Okay. He struggles against this tendency as he finds such expression offensive. Interesting. He can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary, does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He doesn't hold on to grievances, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is often nervous, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he has a greedy streak. He is stubborn. He dreams of raising a family, and personally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. And he can't fathom why anyone would want to live in a harmonious and orderly society. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and dreams of raising a family. What a weird dwarf. All right, well, join the military, I guess. Or go make soap. Whatever. Next up, we got Manticore Alpha's mum. And this dwarf can be a bubble head. Whoops, I can type. I was tabbed out. Bubble head. Bubblehead is fulfilled by assisting those in need. She is assertive, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She is quite ambitious, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She tends to not reveal personal information. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she laughs in a unique way when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally values self-control, and thinks friendship is important, and doesn't really see the point in working hard, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She says, I put on a well-crafted item, I am content. She's covered in, like, bone crowns and porcupine spine bracelets. Interesting. Well then, you're schwanky. Next up, we have Lycott. Lycott is now black. Whoops. Black Rose Bronwen. Black Rose Bronwen. Lycott Bury Trumpet. Gotta bury that trumpet in the ground before anybody hears it. Is frequently depressed and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Often acts with compassion. Could be considered rude. Tries to do things correctly each time and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. I just realized I forgot to put an artifact away. Crap. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he is often cheerful. He is stubborn, and he tends to consider what others think of him. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the creation and appreciation of artwork is one of the highest ideals and would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. Well, that's all you're going to get here is a great pit for mining. Next up is that dwarf's wife. And that dwarf's wife is now Chromoise. Word, picture point. Word. She enjoys being in crowds and can handle stress. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and does not often feel lustful. She isn't given to flights of fancy and she finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty. She is troubled by her natural tendencies as she has a greedy streak and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She stiffens up when she's surprised and she becomes very focused on during conversations. When she's angry, she clicks her tongue constantly when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and does not particularly care about craft worship and doesn't feel strongly about laws. Next up is Lucky Steps. Yeah, but one enables the existence of the other, DB Explorer. Lucky Steps. You also have quite a lot of family in the fortress, including your uncle Shadowstorm. You worship a few gods and are a member of a religion that currently wants a, Imagine living somewhere called the Standard of Balding. Anyway, sorry. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to be a bit passive in discussions, and she has an active sense of humor. She has a greedy streak, and she does not often feel lustful. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Welcome to the fortress. Shit, this is a big migrant wave. Rare candy, old school RuneScape. You have a pet pupper. You're just a member of this group. And she's completely closed-minded and never changes her mind after an initial idea, like the guy I yelled at in chat earlier. She presupposes success in any venture requiring her skills, with what could be called blind overconfidence. She finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and she is grounded in reality and is an optimist, and she accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, and does not often feel lustful and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops hiccups, positive sentiments. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and lowers her eyes when she's angry. She starts to stutter when she's surprised and she needs alcohol to get through the working day dreams. She personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Okay. And a donkey. And another dwarf. Not over yet. Des O'Cun. He is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. He can be very happy and optimistic and is not a private person. He freely shares details of his life and is often nervous. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He often feels envious of others and is stubborn. He enjoys the company of others, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. So dog partner, and one of the dwarfs is listed in the squad menu and doesn't show up in the list of dwarves available. Is that dwarf a mercenary that is not a permanent resident? Because then they won't show up in that menu and can't have animals assigned to them. He personally considers craft worship to be relatively worthless and doesn't care about art one way or another, and doesn't really see the point of working hard and dreams of raising a family. Hubbity bobbity. This is a big migrant wave. Cousin Jezza, looks like. And another dwarf. Wait. What? Welcome to the fort. Wait, what? Nothing useless about a cheesemaker. You can always retrain for a real job. He lacks confidence in his abilities and doesn't generally think before acting. He is easily moved to mercy, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is very humble. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he finds he likes a little excitement now and again, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he doesn't handle stress well. He needs alcohol. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts to getting bored. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. You know, I'm impressed, chat. I keep glancing up at chat and going, phew, nobody's fighting. Well, I'm naming all these dwarves. Because YouTube chat can't see this, but chat's having a very, very, very real talk discussion right now. All right, let's scroll through. I think that's everybody. Does anybody else want a dwarf that I've missed? Hi, exist. I'm blind. Corn knob? Is frustratingly sloppy and careless with with every task that she sets to carry out. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and she is not a private person. She freely shares details of her life, and she only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She prefers to present herself modestly and occasionally overindulges, and is pleased by her appearance and talents, and often feels envious of others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and tends to hold on to grievances, and has little interest in joking around, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values a harmonious existence, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. This dwarf also has a decent amount of family already in the fort. Next up, Lanix. Lanix does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to avoid crowds and doesn't seek out excitement. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he snaps his fingers when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views loyalty unfavorably. And as a pet duck. And no family in the fort. There's the duck. The duck's name's Melville, for anybody who was wondering. Next up is Ash, 4459. She is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy. She cracks easily under pressure, and she cracks easily under pressure, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she occasionally overindulges and doesn't focus on material goods. She acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally deeply dislikes competition and doesn't particularly value loyalty. And the next dwarf I have here is going to Shogun, who is the wonderful person who timestamps all my VODs. She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and often is nervous, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works describes natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess, and she is slow to anger. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly and occasionally overindulges. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Hello, wonderful people. Many thanks to Darius Carden for the gift of sub. Well, thanks for being around to get one. Maybe a new Corn Knob champion. Corn Knob was a great champion, I'll tell you that. I'm just going to give this one to a name. Suited Giraffe is 58 years old and is married to Shogun. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, enjoys the company of others, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Could be considered rude and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Is a friendly individual and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And he has an active sense of humor and he tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting and masterwork someday, and personally does not care about art one way or another. And got a developed sense of empathy. Good Lord, it doesn't stop. Okay, no, it does. Snail, you want the last one? You get the last one. Tekid. Snail SD is a peasant. He is a perfectionist and he is very trusting and he is slow to anger and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He can handle stress and he tends to think before acting. He isn't particularly curious about the world and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork and personally is disgusted by tradition and would flaunt any encounters if given the chance. He prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He's married and his wife didn't come with him. Well, I mean, maybe she'll show up in another caravan. So let's eat those two. Eat these two peacocks. Eat those two peahens. And, okay. So, I quite desperately need to get this temple done. So I'm going to mine this whole layer out at the highest priority, and we're going to try and just get this done. $49 and everyone's happy? Not everyone. Happy-ish. There you go. Coke is a type of coal, so it's not what you think. Okay, so Mark's Dwarf, we're removing you from this. With Lucas Bat. So no recruits or military dwarves are wise to be put into the mining squad because they won't be able to mine anyway. So I'm going to go to here. The ace keys and the diamond flashes. Let's go I was going to say the ace. Ace bolts. And let's go And the diamond bolts. Ace bolt and the diamond bolts. They can both go train up here. Although actually, I find that they train more consistently and efficiently if you give them each their own training zone. So I will make 2 archery ranges here, 1 for each squad. There we go. Yeah, well, I mean, dwarves are always on mushrooms, but that's a different sort of thing. That's mushrooms in the health food sense. Okay, so in order for these squads to work, period, they all need quivers, which means I need a bunch of leather quivers, which means I need to make a leather workshop. So let's expand this. And then this is going to be a leather workshop. And I'm going to queue up, let's say, 20 leather quivers. They also, of course, need to finish making those crossbows, which they'll be done when they're done. Could, of course, make them wooden crossbows. You know, it's funny because if someone falls... So if you don't have enough beds and you have a tavern and you have a tavern keeper, tavern keepers don't understand when someone's had enough, like real-life bartenders. Well, at least good real-life bartenders. But dwarven bartenders, if someone falls asleep on the floor, they assume that you're sober and sleeping, so you need more beer. So they just go pour beer on your head, which actually will give you alcohol poisoning, including dwarves. It's possible for dwarves to get poisoned with alcohol. They literally drown in it. But like if you have human guests, they die like immediately, which is kind of funny. But the result is you'll just have like dead visitors everywhere. So if you're suddenly just like, if you've got dead people everywhere in your tavern, it might be because you have an overly enthusiastic tavern keeper. It is kind of hysterical, but it's also really bad for the general health of your fortress. So, you know, be careful, right? Yeah, also, people can trip into cage traps if they fall over. What benefit does it provide? They serve alcohol to people, regardless of if they can serve themselves alcohol. Basically, it speeds up the efficiency of the tavern by a lot. So it is actually very beneficial to have tavern keepers. You just kind of have to be careful about who's a patron in the tavern because, you know, if you have a dwarf that's going to fall asleep on the floor because they don't have a house for whatever reason, you might want to make sure that they have housing. Because if they don't have housing, well, that dwarf might not live for very long. What's up with the map? Don't mind the nuts. It's a very normal mountain map. If you settle close to any sheer cliff face, you'll get weird maps like this. Also, you can say they look like tits or a nutsack or whatever because everybody else has said it at least once. So if you feel the need to say it, get it out of your system. Someone else has said it already at least twice. Apparently I need to read the word story. Give me a second. Okay. Here, I'll just let them build this. Let's see, how much do I have to read? Not much, so I'll scroll up a little bit. Or is there another way out? The secret Mogadishu cult conjures spectacular crundles and marvelous mandrills. Before the fire, behold, a cat. All caught up. That was easy. God damn it. That's why everybody's pissed at me. I flunked out on the religion requirement. Well, that's not good. Well, I could make this into a farmer's guild hall here. Pretty easily. Why is this fort a large shaft? Why isn't your fort a large shaft? Sounds like someone's fort's a small shaft and they're compensating. I don't know, because the game generated it for me, so I ran with it. It looked cool. I was like, that seems interesting. Don't see that every day. So that's why. I don't really have much more of an answer than that. Should probably also put floors somewhere in here so that there's a door. I was gonna say, have you never seen a skyscraper before? I will still make a temple to that religion, though, because I do actually need one. And also all this. Let's go here, go to work orders. How much olivine do I currently have? 29. Okay. Nobody? Yes. I mean, non-body, indeed. Yes, definitely. I will just assume that's what you intended to write. Oh god, I'm running out of my very specific fancy colored materials. This is horrible. I may actually rip up a bunch of this. Be able to build more olivine walls. This area doesn't have value requirements, whereas this one up above does. Ew, no. Napalm. Napalm, why? It's okay, Darkson. As long as, like, we're able to more or less, like, decipher what you're trying to communicate, it's fine. Like, I've encountered some people with truly terrible spelling and writing skills, and as long as we're able to more or less communicate, it's all good. Is all good. Your mind is in the gutter. I think your mind has a gutter in it, and you may need to see a doctor about this. You may need to see a doctor about this. I'm slightly concerned. Your English is terrible. That's fine. So's mine. Seeing the doctor means more drugs. I mean, not always. Okay, so a bunch of them can go equip the thing and go train now. Not quite all of them yet, though. There we go. Okay, not all of them have bolts yet. But you can go do archery practice and fire bolts. And update equipment, and then they can start getting bolts. I can put a stockpile right here, which is just for ammo. Specifically bolts. Material is irrelevant. Let's make sure that there's no ammo allowed in here. And there they go. Starting to train. One dwarf at a time. Could also give them bone bolts, but I kind of don't want to. We're also out of steel. I think I'm actually going to cool it off on the steel bolts for right now and instead re-up on iron bolts. Seems like we've kind of exhausted our steel supply faster than I thought I was going to. So instead, let's do iron bolts. Watch me also be out of iron. And if that's the case, then no, we are not out of iron. We're running low on iron, though. Which means what I'm going to do is go up Titty Mountain and see what kind of treasures I can find. What do we have? Nothing around the bottom of this. All right, let's just start up on the top of this. The little trench in front of the archery thing allows them to recover the bolts instead of making the bolts one use. Oldest trick in one of the oldest trick in the Dwarfy book. I like to imagine that the dwarves worshipped this mountain because they believe it gave birth to all mountains. For obvious reasons. Excuse me, what mountain? Look at this mountain. And tell me what it looks like. That's it. Are they not recoverable otherwise? No, they're intended to... being able to recover them is the bug. They're supposed to almost always break when they collide with an object. But if they fall down, it basically removes the issue with them breaking. No, because I'm making it into non-Booby Mountain. Because while it's very funny, I mean, you can call it that in your head, canon, I'm good. While it's very funny, I am flattening it. This is also Humpty Doo. Maybe it's Humpty 2. We are transforming it into a more normal looking mountainside so that chat doesn't get to make this joke for all eternity. The funny thing is it's still going to take me probably 2 or 3 streams to make it not look like boobs or a nutsack, depending on the angle that you're, or a butt, depending on what angle you're looking at it. So, yeah. Well, I did say there is a line earlier in this stream which is, well, it's time to flatten Tit Mountain, and that's what I'm working on. We're flattening Tit Mountain. There is nothing R-rated about titties. We should remove the discrimination against titties. It's a very important part of the body for very important bodily functions. Yes. Wait, what? You know, I probably could do that, actually. I could very easily use this to crush enemies. Why haven't dwarves invented gunpowder? Because the developers of the game do not want to give the dwarves gunpowder. That's why. Besides, who needs gunpowder? We have quantum stockpiles and quantum power. This metaphor is becoming way too literal. Also, yeah, why do you need gunpowder when you have minecarts? Dwarves? What are you doing? Oh, you're drinking. How dare you? Well, at least we're getting lots of gold nuggets. So I guess that's good. We'll just swap to iron. So I don't feel like setting up a full-blown steel industry currently. Man, that ad. Just bad timing. Kicks in right after the load screen. So, do you think YouTube will let me monetize that clip? Suited giraffe? Because I don't think so. It's okay, I can feature it on Twitch. We're safe. This is an adult-rated stream, so we are all good. Rather, I mean, this is an 18-plus rated stream, so we are all good. Just gotta wait 50 seconds for the ads to finish. And today's been nuts. Jesus Christ. Just looking at my average view count today. Like crap. 60 above yesterday, and yesterday was already good. That's pretty nutty, Maya. The tag is under DF bikinis, DF bikinis and beaches. I mean, have you seen Conan Exiles? Come on. I think we're fine. I think. Okay, so down here, this, 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 and then this, and this, and this are all going to be Farmer Hall, which I will accept. This Farmer Hall is nowhere near valuable enough currently. It's only going to be for guild members. And we're going to start throwing gold furniture in here. Because I think I still have some. Yes, gold thrones. We are short one, however. Put a gold pedestal there. We'll put that perfect gem on it. We're going to cut out this wall and replace it with proper walling. And then we'll engrave a bunch of floors once we see how much value we need. Hold on. Let me show you something, chat. A weirdly hard thing to search for. I've hiked up this before. Unfortunately, the trail closes before November. I've always wanted to hike up Mount Nut in November for irony's sake. But I can't, and it makes me sad. So, because it's volunteer maintained, so they stopped maintaining it in mid-October. You really said no, not November? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I get it. Like, I fully understand why I can't hike up it, but I maintain that it makes me sad. Because I think it would be a really good selfie, that's all. Although I could actually hike up to the trailhead for it, because the trailhead itself is still open, but okay, we should be able to do that. Let's see. If anything gets canceled, I can just go and fix it. Oh, absolutely. Tutorial for Path of Acra? Nah. But I will absolutely make more Path of Acra content. In fact, I might play it again tonight. I may or may not be planning to swap to Path of Acra in like 45 minutes. What's Path of Acra? It's a game about making broken builds. Black Rose withdraws from society, and I don't... Where'd you go? It was already on the stairs. Yep. Okay, it's like Noida, but it's a single screen turn-based roguelike. But actually, it's more like Path of Exile. I liked it for a bit. Not much, though. Got boring quick. That's fair. I have, like, 50 hours in that game. The humans are here to trade. Aren't we at war with them? Must be different humans. Jade of Whips. Where are you guys from? The Stoked Creation. The symbol of the Belted Kingdoms. Okay. I will sell you 2 cups. It's a game where if it's a game for you, it's a game that's very easy to put an absurd number of hours into. It's also, I think, my favorite new game this year, Path of Acra. Well, actually, it's kind of a tie between that and El Paso Elsewhere, but literally nobody played El Paso Elsewhere alongside of Path of Acra. I think both of those games are very good. You should stop investing all your tickets. Yep. Yeah, you should. Not sure why there's a gold table just sitting there, but there is. Got some waffle fries cooking right now. Ooh. My mom and dad gave me a new vacuum cleaner, which I desperately needed. So I now have a new vacuum cleaner. Or rather, I have a vacuum cleaner that works. And I also got a really nice stainless steel pots and pan set. Oh shit, it's Drathla. Look at that. This is a random wild Drathlas and baby Drathlas just walking around. I have not looked at all at what's in the caverns. I've been a little scared too, actually. It's mostly Drathlas. Okay, cool. We have surface Drathlas. A what? Drathlas. Drathlas? Drathalas. A large, long-bodied grazer with a thick mane that feeds on the tops of tower cap mushrooms deep under the earth. They're basically like... I've seen people describe them as like cavern elephants or cavern horses. Need stacked cloth, rough gems, quarry, stacked leather, quarry, stacked cloth. Rough gems. Quarry. Okay. Do I have leather right now? I do, in fact. Or rather, no. The humans do. Who I'm about to trade with. Actually, what animals did they bring? Nothing fun. Buy a bunch of random leather, like octopus leather. And I'll also buy 2. Wow, they are harsh negotiators, shall we say. So I would also like some of these anvils. Okay, 1 anvil it is then. Yep, I was correct. Needed leather. And there we go. The rest of the dwarves can now go equip their bolts. Still need more bucklers. And eventually leather armor. Okay, how's the value of this doing? 4,000. We'll get there soon. Let's do... the large rock crystal. Sure, that'll work. That's the perfect gem. That'll bump up the value by a bunch, and the rest of these tables should do her. What's the theme for this fort? Well, I guess Mom already got you for it. Long story short, we're going to have an open cavern lair. And I'm trying to steal artifacts back from my last fortress. RSG, what up, dude? How's things, man? But it's on a rocky wasteland, so I do not really have much in the way of water or trees, so everything's coming out of the cavern layers. You have to find an area that is the shallowest. I mean, if you can watch me embarking if you want to see me finding it, but you need something that is a low elevation right next to maximum possible mountain elevation. This is actually a natural occurrence in Dwarf Fortress, believe it or not. Just gonna eat that baby donkey. Yes, it would. Absolutely, it will grow in the cave layers if you expose it to the surface. Also, trees will die, or the cavern trees will die, rather. And yes, this mountain looks like a boob. Thanks for noticing. Which is why we're on Mission Flattened Tit Mountain. I will complete my mission eventually. All right, down here. Is that constructed there? No, it's just literally sitting there. 6 bedrooms have been added. Nowhere near enough. Well, one at a time. Oh, God. I believe it. RSG. Yeah, sweet. We've got enough olivine now that I can actually get some work done. Kind of wish gold floors were more shiny. Of course there's a mod for that. Whenever, if you run into an issue with like, what's the word? Almost any aesthetic thing with this tile set, there's probably a mod to change it. There's some pretty like wild recolor mods for this tile set. I find some of them quite distracting, but some of them do look quite nice. I really like the additional foliage mods actually. Just the visuals of them. I think they look really nice. I think the only one I don't like is the like 2/3 wall one because it just looks weird to me. But I realize it's popular for a reason. Ray tracing DF when? You know, when the first trailer was dropped for the release date of this game, I made a YouTube short, which was normal Dwarf Fortress, followed by the trailer of Dwarf Fortress, and I put the RTX off, RTX on logos on it. It wasn't funny. I thought it was funny. Some people else also thought it was funny. That's about it. Someone informed me it was a dead meme, and I'm like, this meme's like 6 months old. Also, a bunch of my turkeys became turkey hens, meaning I can slaughter all but 2 of my turkeys. So all of my turkeys spontaneously grew up. So slaughter, 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 slaughter. Slaughter, 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 slaughter to prevail. Okay, there we go. We got the last 2. Breeding pair. The rest can all become dinner. Meanwhile, Black Rose Bronwyn, the Krasdorf has created Gebthishmishur Kikrar Nural, a big-tail sheep's wool cap, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. This is a tall sheep wool cap. All Krasdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of llama wool and tapered baguette-cut brown zircons. It is made from sheep's wool cloth, and the thread is emerald with emerald dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cow leather and menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in diorite. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Creaturekeepers by the pointy rock of artifacts of the Sly Theater in the early spring of 123. On the item is an image of All Mind Control, the dwarf, and grasped dentry, the perfect rock crystal in bituminous coal. All Mind Control is raising grasped dentry. The artwork relates to the creation of grasped entry in Creaturekeepers by All Mind Control in the late winter of 124. Thank you. Get ray tracing, give you better path. The pathing's pretty good currently. But turns out pathing in 3D spaces is hard. That's the actual reality. Pathing in 3D spaces is really hard. Okay, so that is going to go on a pedestal up here. Okay, so I think I'm going to split this layer into 2. This side is going to be a temple, and we'll finish it up nicely. And then the other side can be either bedrooms or whatever we need. And also, once again, thanks for the absurd number of follows today. Still just getting follows like kind of crazy. Been a long time since I've gotten this many follows. I have a question though, RSG. How was the hangover the next morning? You always have to sober up before you drive home. Okay, yeah, true. I guess I just kind of assumed you Ubered. Okay, can I don't know if I have enough extra cabinets lying around, but if I do, there we go. Then this dwarf can put their clothing away. So, water lemon. Get all that stuff tossed. Turns out it does actually take a long time for them to get their clothing all the way up. I have too many jobs going on right now. See how my squads are doing. Update equipment. Well, at least everybody has their weapons, which means I can actually get rid of the crossbow jobs. Bolts we can keep working on, though. Wizard Ike, thank you very much for the raid. Were you doing dungeon crawl again today or something else? Hello, what's up? We're running around picking up equipment. Why do you keep running into this corner? Interesting. Turns out we're doing some pretty hefty strength training by making my dwarves place these metal cabinets. I think that's kind of funny. Let's actually set these dwarves to no orders. Let they help construct. Because I need the extra, like, 15 dwarves, turns out. Yeah, they're all helping now.
13 months of dwarfing with blind.
Captain Wally!
Hope you had a good holiday, friend, and a good new year.
What's up, dude? Thanks for sticking around. Means a lot. Like, actually. Thanks for the 13th month. And also mods. If there's any of you around, could I get a shout out for Wizard Ike? Otherwise, I'll do it in a sec. On the wall, Olivine. What's up, Ricky? Thanks, mods. Uh-oh. Placed a gold bar there by mistake somehow. Strange. You know you have a lot of gold lying around when you accidentally place a gold bar as a wall? Unintentionally building golden walls. Oops. Not trying to inflate the value of the fortress that quick. Been a while since I've been in a fort with just, like, unlimited gold. Is that it was a gold wall. Then I deconstructed it. But, yes, that was a gold wall. Oh, thank you, RSG. I'm not a huge holiday celebrator myself, but I do partake in the holidays out of family obligations. Something I do more for my family than I do for myself. If I was entirely in charge of my own holidays, I would probably just go to the pub by myself, if I'm being frank. For New Year's, I might be hiking up a mountain to watch our local fireworks from the top of a mountain, but Yeah, outside of that, yeah. There we go. We got all these bedrooms set up. Stuff's forbidden. This dwarf desperately needs a cabinet. Put all their stuff away. I think every single one of them has one. Let's finish this up. Although that last one was a boulder and not a block. All right. And then the rest of this can be filled in with just walls. And this will be a temple. And then up here, I should have another offering place. No, okay. Although I think I'm also out of gold currently. Not entirely. Yeah, no, okay. We can make another altar. Gold altar. Let's just make 2 of them. Yeah, I've played like 200 hours of Songs of Six. Although you may have just got caught in an ad, so... This fort is huge. Like... Can I check your lovers? I don't think either of them are in the fort, Lucas, but... Well, you're married to Bastet. And your other lover is unknown. So, probably your other lover was a past lover who's... Your other 2 lovers were past lovers who died. Likely. What's up, Sussy? If I had to bet, that would be my assumption. Not really. The only mayhem that's happened so far is mayhem I caused. Potpourri gave birth to a girl, by the way, so we've got a brand new baby girl in the fort. Yeah, no one's really had the opportunity to cause problems in the fort just yet. We'll get there. It'll happen. It's a matter of time, really, but... Actually, how much leather do I have? 22. Let's make Leather armor. 5. I'm doing all right. What's the name of this fort? Creaturekeepers. We're currently a village. Yeah, no, I periodically jump into that game. I do need to get back to it, but right now, like, I want to play a lot of Path of Acra, and I'm trying to finish a Caves of Cud playthrough, and I'm also very, 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 very fixated on Dwarf Fortress, so it's just, I'll play it when my brain makes time for it. It's one of those situations. Technically, I've been at it for 9 hours and 45 minutes. The YouTube stream starts about an hour after the Twitch stream. Big slam. Wasn't very excited to play Songs of Six, but then you saw a gameplay video from, I want to say, Ambiguous Amphibian. Did he play that? Really? Yeah, it's a neat game. It's a weird game too, because like the first version of that game I played was a free demo on itch, and like its playability has changed so much since that first version. Like, holy shit. That game was clunky when I first played it. It's gotten a lot better. Still not perfect, but it's definitely gotten a lot better. And some more migrants have arrived. Well, chat room, we're going to do a real quick, brief tour of this fort. I'm going to talk a little bit about my plans for this fort, and we'll pick this fort back up tomorrow, I think, because I want to go play some Path of Acra. And I have been streaming for 9 hours and 45 minutes, and Path of Acra runs are like an hour and a half, so... Currently, the fortress is in this ridiculously pointy rock the game generated for us, which goes all the way up to layer, like, 120, I think. The map itself goes all the way up to layer 160. So that is ridiculous. Trees won't grow, but we will get mushroom trees under the fortress, which is going to be kind of cool. We're going to fill out this entire thing. Then this here, this ugly square, which looks like boobs or a butt, depending on how far up it you go, is all going to get channeled out and kind of rounded off so it just looks like a more natural slope. And then when it hits the bottom here, this trench is going to go all the way around and become a dry moat that we're then going to carve in that's going to go down, with the exception of these patches of dirt, which are going to become forest trees, and then we'll have little walkways going in between this in this area, but this is going to be kind of a walled-off zone, which is going to go all the way down in a big-ass hole, all the way down into the cavern layer. That is the plan for this fortress. That is what I want to do. The rest of the goals for this fortress are, it's in the same world as my last fortress, which was Sunbirths, which is all the way down here. And there's a lot of very, 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 very expensive artifacts in that location. I want to send my dwarves out to go steal those items back. We're playing a different faction this time, and the faction that we are playing is the faction that successfully managed to steal my mace. So we will be picking this fortress back up tomorrow, and continue working on it. So that's the plan for this fort. Yeah. That's it. It's inside of a pointy mountain. Yeah. It's a very pointy rock. I mean, look at it. It's a very pointy rock. And I'm slowly hollowing out different layers and building them up and adding in flooring and making them look not terrible. And eventually everybody will get beds. Currently not everybody has beds, but eventually everybody will have beds. Oh, quack. Quank. Quunk. Thanks for the Prime subscription. What's up? But yeah, that's this fortress. So the new fort titles will stick around for like the first 3 streams of this fort. I will be on tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific on Twitch, and then 10 a.m. Pacific on YouTube. And I might do a Friday stream as well this week. We'll see. It depends on what my weekend schedule is looking like. Otherwise, there will be a weekend stream. If I'm going camping this weekend, I won't be streaming this weekend. If I'm not going camping this weekend, I'll be doing a New Year's stream and we'll be playing Dwarfs. All right. Regardless, though, stream is going to keep going. However, it's time to shut the YouTube stream down. So if you're watching on YouTube and want to keep watching, hop over to the Twitch stream and we'll keep going. Otherwise, it's time for Twitch chat to say goodnight, YouTube, because we're going to go play some Path of Acra. Sunbirths was abandoned, technically, but we got mauled to death by the underworld. The demons in this map, in this world, are very strong. There's a bunch of quail demons that shoot webs and quail demons that shoot fire that have the towering descriptor, which means they're probably pretty close to the size of a giant elephant, which means they are very, very, very hard to kill. And also, to people on YouTube, if you want to watch VODs, the VOD channel is Blind Extras. Should be in the stream description. An artifact door and kill them all in a cave-in trap? That's too easy. I like to fight. Also, you don't even need an artifact door. You just need a locked door. You used to need artifact doors. You don't need more. All right, let's go play some. Let's go play a round of Path of Acra, shall we?